by intelligences greater than man. Mars is more than 140 million miles from the sun, and for centuries it has been in the last stages of exhaustion. And intelligences of which we have scarcely dreamed, searching for another world which they could migrate. Of all the worlds of the green with vegetation, bright with water, and possessed a cloudy atmosphere eloquent of fertility. It did not. from the blackness of outer space, we were being scrutinized and studied until the time of our nearest approach to the orbit of Mars during a pleasant summer season.
Hello, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Dustin. What are you doing on this channel again?
I've been trying to reach you all day. We were right. Max is Mad Max.
my presence, the 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 presence. Psionic abilities. I'm talking a full-on Russian invasion right here in Mars.
What is wrong with my boy? What is wrong with my boy?
If you're out there, just please give me a sign.
the world is darker than I can understand. When nothing turns out the way I planned. When the sky is gray and there's no end in sight. When I can't sleep through the lonely night, I turn to you like a flower leading toward the sun. I turn to you 'cause you're the only one. You can turn me around when I'm upside down. I turn to you.
Run, 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 run away. Me? Tiger style.
But I want to create a new chain.
And what would that be?
Shaolin skill.
The sky is high, the cloud is low. But my water technique is hard to beat.
But the earth can absorb water.
Found my prison ground.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We control transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crisper clarity. For the next few moments, sit quietly. We will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure.
I believe I need a large cup of hot, strong coffee. Fortunately, I was wearing my bulletproof vest last night per Bureau regulations when working undercover. This is me, Dale, room 315 at the Great Northern Hotel, signing off.
Are you listening out there, fat man and boy blunder? He who laughs last, laughs
debris.
Ever wondered what it would be like to die in a plane crash? A botulism? Even a heart attack's not uncommon for a man your age.
I'm not finished yet.
What is this?
This is where you pucker up and kiss my ass. come down with so much as a case of the flu, Albert is prepared to recite chapter and verse, file for file, everything on your precious tape.
A nice try, Skinner.
I'm sure you're thinking Albert is an old man. And there are plenty of ways you might kill him, too. Which is why in the ancient oral tradition of his people, he's told 20 other men the information on those files.
What is it, Captain?
That thing out there is ionized complete sector. None of our instruments worked. At least 4 complete solar systems in the immediate vicinity. And out there, somewhere, 24-foot shuttlecraft, off course, out of control.
Substitute supply.
Desperation is a highly emotional state of mind.
I examined the problem from all angles, and it was plainly hopeless.
You committed a purely human, emotional act.
One way or another, place, a far corner of the universe. The cast of characters, 3 men lost amongst the stars. 3 men sharing the common urgency of all men lost. They're looking for home. And in a moment, they'll find home. Not a home that is a place to be seen, but a strange, unexplainable experience to be felt.
Station's identical to Earth, and yet we're 655 million miles away from it.
I see. Oh, what do you call that? A Martian?
Aw.
I see you. Let me get my headphones on.
They were in use on Earth during the 20th century, before the total war.
Wah, 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 wah.
It's an interesting theory, Pete, and as possible as any other, except that to my knowledge, Earth has never had more than one sun. The only thing I'm certain of is that we're not on Earth.
Time itself is suspended here.
Russian blood.
This is the most popular because it represents a period in American culture when creature comforts were most abundant and before peace on Earth became impossible.
We were on a routine geological mission. We ran into a meteorite storm. Some of our equipment was knocked out. We got lost. Now that was 6 months ago. We saw this asteroid and we landed. Our fuel is gone. We've got to stay here.
Did we ever have that atomic war? Yes, in 1985. Most of the Earth's surface was destroyed, and it's taken... Why, you're in a cemetery. Didn't you know? Everlasting, eternal peace.
We're very confused. We need help.
We're still not following you. What's happening, Lades? The world's greatest mortuary. This little asteroid. For all eternity. In other words, this is the place where your dreams come true after you stop dreaming.
But a cemetery out in space. Millions of miles from Earth. Why?
Why? Because you are here, and you are men. And while there are men, there can be no peace.
They wanted to be aboard their ship headed for home. And fate, a laughing fate, a practical jokester with a smile that stretched across the stars, saw to it that they got their wish. With just one reservation. The wish came true, but only in the Twilight Zone.
Room for one more, honey.
A nightmare at this point would not be abnormal.
Twin Peaks County morgue with the body of the victim. What's her name? Laura Palmer. Laura Palmer.
Got your back.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
We were so busy talking about that Twin Peaks track just now that like we almost forgot to start the show. We straight up.
That's right.
We're just
welcome back, everybody. Let me get my camera pointed at me here. I think I'm making it worse. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. Black Market Live.
Dutch angles.
Yeah, I'm going Dutch angle today. Let's do it. Today I'm going Dutch.
Oh, shit.
Check it out. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Black Market Live, where we make music, talk about music, mainly reggae. Not always reggae.
Mainly.
But reggae is our bread and butter around here.
Yeah.
And we also talk about various things, and we hang out with the fam.
Yep.
I see Andy and Papa Jocko are in here.
Oh, they're very back. They're back.
Very
in
super
full
back.
force. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been away for a little while. It's good to see everybody. I am Wise Owl, Brandon Nisnik, and that is Nate Black Market.
What up?
Bridges. What's up, Natey Poo?
Nothing much. So yeah, it feels like we've been gone probably longer than we have, because I think last time we were back, we were like back, and now we're back again. You know?
Back again.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many times can
Tell a
we be
friend.
back, do you think?
It'll probably be several more times we'll be back, I imagine, over the course of the show. But yeah, today we're gonna attempt to work on music, I think, is the plan.
Definitely going to attempt.
We're gonna attempt it. We've noticed
Guaranteed attempt.
We've noticed a technical fuck twit. That's literally the audio term for it. And we've noticed it the last few times I've tried to record on the stream, and no one has said anything while we're recording that it sounds like dog shit. So today we're gonna try and record, but we're gonna need the chat's help to tell us if it sounds like shit or not. So
yeah, so
we'll see how that goes.
right. What it was for a reason that we have not
determined.
figured out
Yeah.
yet. That on your end, when you're in your studio, when you were playing guitar along with the track, to us it sounds normal. It sounds in time. That the timing is lined up. But when we went back and watched the recording of the stream, for some reason, like the sound of your guitar is later in time than the track that you're playing on, right?
Exactly. And to us, it sounded totally fine.
It
so we
sounds
didn't think anything of it. But
yeah, and our really, really good friends in the chat
didn't say anything.
Just politely went like, "Oh wow, oh so he's like playing like a moron today." Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, so
that's
he's like
cool.
playing
It's
like out of time completely. That's
yeah,
really
it's,
different.
It's
for
like a cool creative choice. I'm just gonna let them carry on and not mention anything. Thanks, guys.
I almost kind of feel like I forgive people for not saying anything about it last time because we were deliberately playing with like lag, and like
that's true.
Which was really fucking cool.
That's a really good point.
Yeah,
and we kept talking about it and pointing out how much fun we were having playing things that are out of time.
Yeah.
So it might be our fault.
Yeah, it might be our fault. Yeah, I didn't think I was that stoned. Yeah, happens to the best of us, Andy. I think that almost every night before I go to bed. Wow, I didn't think I was about to get this stoned, but here I am. Yeah, so we're gonna try and do some of that. We've got some music we're gonna play today from the music submission bag that we're excited about.
That's right. Listeners' music.
I
Community music.
I was about to play some stuff on the stream today. Whoa.
Nice. You got that thing dialed in.
There we go.
There we go.
Got it fucking dialed, dude. So yeah, I was gonna play some stuff from my buddy Kyle B, who is a reggae producer that I met during my time in Spain, and he lives in China, so there's kind of a significant delay between how we can communicate with each other.
Our lives are full of delays, dude.
And right before the show starts, I told him, I was like, hey man, I really want to play this stuff on your show. If it's not a problem, let me know, but like I really want to play it. And so I had it queued up and I really want to show it to you guys, but he's doing an official release of it in a couple weeks, so we're going to play it then. But we've got some other stuff from people who've submitted that we're going to play today instead, so that should be cool. And then what else are we doing today? I feel like I wrote about it in the description.
Go back and read your summary.
Yeah, read what I told myself I would talk about today. The title.
Well, we're going to play music today, right?
Yes, absolutely. We are going to play music today. We're going to record some music today. The title of the stream today was My Doctor Prescribes Dub. And that's because we've been gone for a long time. And I've been in kind of a lull creatively lately. And I was talking to Brandon about it right before we started. I feel like I'm in like this weird place creatively where I just feel kind of bleh about everything. And I think it's because it's been such a long time since I've dropped a new EP. That's always what happens. It's like I kind of get, the longer I take to make something, the longer it takes to like birth a new batch of songs, the more I'm just like unexcited about it and like, just kind of dreading doing it at all. Like unless we go at like a fast pace, it's hard for me to, it's just not the right headspace to be in for this project, which is why I think early on I was able to, push through so many so often, because one, that's just kind of how I like to work, and two, now if I don't work that way, there's something off. There's something about the project feels off, like if I'm not just like cranking stuff out. So we're gonna make an honest attempt to push through these Blue Velvet tracks and get a cool new EP for you guys to listen to very soon. My goal would be like May, like early May, like first Friday of May. That's my goal. But hopefully sooner, honestly, because we really got to do 2 more songs, and one of them I really want to be Blue Velvet, the song.
Song Blue Velvet.
Yeah, but that's going to take some pre-work from me to get that ready, and I don't have that ready yet. So what I think we'll do instead is we should just do, just like we did last week, or not last week, 2 weeks ago, where we just kind of were like, fuck it, let's just write a song right now, like on the stream, live. So that, I think we should do that again, because that's, like, honestly, man, I could do that like every day. Like that's like how natural and like fluid, like making, you know, a track that way feels. Like it's just like, you know, it really feels like something that just like comes so second nature when you and I start working together. It's fucking awesome.
Which is not the case with every musician, I find.
No, yeah.
In fact, almost all other musicians, it's not really like that, you know, like I don't feel the creativity happening, the collaboration happening, like good output coming out, you know, like it's kind of funny. It's sort of like it's kind of like the dating world, you know, like you walk out there, you know, for me as a straight person, walk out there, it's all the women in the world, but it's not like 90% of them I'm like, oh yeah, I could be with her for sure. No. The percentage is actually pretty small. It's like 2%. Where there's actually like a real, like, oh my gosh, yeah, I could seriously be with this person. It's kind of like that with musicians and stuff. But with you, you're a keeper, Nate.
Wow.
I'd marry you. If if romantic partnership, if music was romantic partnership,
I love
I'd
that.
get down on my knee right now.
I love that. Thank you, Brandon. I feel the same way. I feel like it is just really easy and second nature, and I think the key to that that makes it so easy is, one, we like what each other do, and we like what each of us brings to a certain song or project or whatever. So that it's like an automatic, just like, yeah, I already like it. I already know I'm going to like it. And then on top of that, there's a certain level of trust too, that I trust you to yes and you, I hope, trust me to yes and, where if Papa Jocko get a room, we used to live together.
Yeah, we used to have one.
Yeah, we used to. Yeah, it's and I think that's like a good takeaway for like any group of musicians getting together. It's like just be willing to say, if someone proposes an idea, don't say no. Like don't shoot it down. Don't just say yes and go with it, because you know it's going to be more fruitful if you just, like, even if you don't like the idea, if you say yes, I will take that idea and run with it in my own way and maybe do it a way that I think would be cool. You know, which I think you and me do really well, which is always fun.
To use the input, use the idea.
Yep.
Right.
I can't even tell you how many times, like dude, the number one example I have of doing that, besides you, is probably Dub Robot and Wallace. Like Wallace, he's someone I trust, like implicitly, like on like almost like instinctual level. Like I go into things like just assuming like, well, he definitely knows better than I do. So if he has an idea, like,
all right, then I'm implicitly going to say yes.
Yes, because
even if I don't understand where we're going yet.
Exactly. And that's happened so many times when I'll send him tracks to work on, and I'll be like thinking in my head, like expecting like, oh, it's going to be this beautiful like 3-part fucking horn section he's going to send back to me. And it's like a saw blade with a violin bow, or it's like an oboe on a keyboard. He's like playing a digital oboe on a keyboard. And it'll be shit like that, and my first gut reaction is like, oh god, this is not what I wanted. But then I'll put it in the track and I'll listen to it and I'll live with it for a little bit, and maybe I'll edit it a little bit, and it's like gold. It's just fucking gold every time. And I've learned after like having him on a lot of this stuff to just I just take whatever he gives me. I don't try to, because really at the end of the day, what I want is him. You know, if I wanted a horn section or whatever, I would have gone out and hired someone to do that. But like, I'm asking him a really open-ended question, and he's giving me a really open-ended answer, which is actually exactly what I wanted. You know,
that's true. Yeah, that's a good point, because a lot of the ways that we collaborate with each other is with a very broad, setup, broad cue. It's some version of, here, put whatever you think would be good on this.
Yep.
And so, it does kind of make sense that what you get back is whatever he thought, you know?
Which is all, it's like, it's, I'd rather that too than like telling him what to do, because I get really bored of my own ideas really fast, which is why, another reason why I love working with you so much on this stuff, and him and any other collaborator, because
someone else's input that would not have come out of me.
Yeah, because I already know what I would do. I already know 10 steps ahead of what I'm already going to do half the time. And I get so bored with that. And the best way to like shake up any kind of, you know, musical project, especially if it's your own, is just like tell someone to play on it and don't tell them what to do. Don't even tell them like what you're expecting. Don't tell them like what you're hearing. Like, I don't want you to play what I'm hearing.
That's gold right there, man.
Yeah.
Everybody take that, what Nate just said. That's good.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and it's done me well over the course of this project in particular. It's just like, you know, just what I want from you is your creativity and your ideas, not whatever I tell you to do and how you interpret that, which will probably be cool too. You know, but
I could do both. There are
sure.
times when I get both from some people, but I mean, you know me and how hard it is for me to not be anal retentive about everything.
Yeah,
and,
you're
stuff.
You're different.
But there are times when I do, you know, do what you're saying is just hand something to someone, and it's you a lot of the times, and just say like, okay, I want whatever it is that you hear, whatever it is that comes out of your brain, out of your soul, put it on here.
Yep.
Because I can tell that's what it needs, but a lot of times, if I bring it to somebody else, it's for like a technical reason. It's like, what I want is your hands to play what's in my brain, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is like that, and I may go back to you multiple times to be like, no, not like that.
Right.
Do it more like this.
Right. Which is good too, though. Like you said, like it's like, because either way, you're still getting something from someone else's perspective, even if it's a sliding scale. It's like on one hand, which is kind of like what I was saying, it's like on a very far end of that spectrum where it's like literally do anything. I just want it to come from you purely.
That's one side.
Yeah. To where you're saying it's like I want you to do this, but I want you to do this. You know what I mean? Like you to do it. Whatever that means.
A really good example is the lead guitar part in Heaven, in the Wise Owl reggae version of Talking Heads Heaven. It's on the Bandcamp up there. I asked you to play the lead guitar part, right, and replace a take of it that I had already played. But I wanted you to play it. And I wanted you to do it specifically. Like, there were even like two little like bends, two little like lead moments where I'm like, you must play this exactly like this. That has to be in it. Like, there was a lot of rules and stuff, but it was like, but what I want is your feel, your cadence, the way that you bounce, the way that you groove, you know, like, 'cause your muscle memory is different, your fingers move different, but even like just in your soul, it feels unique and different, and I want that, not mine, you know.
Yeah. And that was a really cool, that was, I think, like the first episode of this show we ever did, or the second. It was like one of the first 5.
Oh yeah. You playing that, that's right, that was live on the show. That's right,
that was like the first time. So yeah, if you guys are curious to revisit that, hit the link, not up there, not over there.
There
Here
actually
on
is
YouTube.
no link.
Find it here on YouTube.
But yeah, right underneath the video.
Yeah, click on the channel.
in your uploads. Do we have a playlist of?
Oh yeah,
a YouTube playlist of all these.
Every single live stream is in one gigantic live stream playlist that you can find if you subscribe on.
That's good. That's good.
YouTube.
We do the basic things that YouTubers are supposed to do. We're kind of like lazy YouTubers, but we're at least covering the fundamentals at least.
Yeah, we have a lot to do though. This is a lot of work to put like not really
I have a new
anymore.
appreciation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm already bored with what I was saying. What were you gonna say? I was about
Just
to
that
say
I have a
how
new
hard-
appreciation for YouTubers.
Oh, for sure.
You know, like I'm always like discovering new YouTubers and stuff, and like since we have started doing this, and you know, look at all this like borders and words and fonts that you've chosen and or that we chose together and colors and things like
and even this
the
is
whole
like
layouts.
pretty basic.
Exactly,
A lot of
it's so
YouTubers is
basic.
like super involved and crazy, and there's lots of whiz bangs and gizmos.
Exactly. So when I'm watching what other people are doing, I'm like amazed, you know, like kind of like when you watch a sport on TV, I feel like there's like a special enjoyment or appreciation that you can have for it. Like if you've ever tried it before,
right?
Even once, even at the most like shitty level, like this one time I stepped in and played a game on my cousin's softball team.
Right.
Now the next time when you watch baseball, it's like there's a level of you where you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That is hard to do.
I feel that way even about like something like tobogganing or like like what is it? Like the ice luge sledding? It's like
yeah.
I couldn't
in
even
the Olympics, yeah.
I couldn't even lay down and fall down a hill that well. I couldn't even do that well. That it would be beyond me.
Dude, the skeleton when they're face down, head first.
Fuck that shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah, fuck that shit. No thanks.
Anyway.
Yeah. I asked this in the chat, but I'm curious. I think this would be a good kind of loose recurring segment. What are you listening to lately? Are you listening to anything new that you think me or the chat or anybody should be aware of?
That's a really good question. Let me check out my Spotify.
Yeah.
Here. To answer your question.
I'll go while you're looking that up.
Do it.
I've been listening to. I've said it a bunch of times, and I feel like I'm gonna keep saying it until I can get this into your brain. I've been listening to a ton of Marauder and a bunch of Sparks because he also produced a couple Sparks records for them. But holy fuck, Giorgio Moroder. It's like if Mario like popped out into the real world and started making records. Like it's fucking amazing.
wait, in what way is he Mario?
Well, he's like this really big, rotund little Italian man with a big old mustache. Like, he just looks like Mario to me.
Oh, he literally looks
literally
like
just
Mario.
like looks like Mario, and he's like very, very Italian.
Okay.
And he just makes these awesome like disco dance albums that are just fucking fun as shit. And he was making them pre-MIDI, which is very impressive to me. Like the level, like the kind of dance music he was making it's more comparable to like 90s like house type stuff, really. When I listen to it, like I hear like so many threads of like 90s house music in his music, but he was doing that before MIDI, before like proper sequencers, like before like all kinds of this shit.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
If you're completely in the analog domain and you've got all these like multiple sequenced instruments happening, how do you get such precision with how everything lines up?
I don't know, but it's like literally perfect. Like it's like the most rock solid shit.
And each track that you're recording it to tape.
Yeah.
So each new playback that you're now recording a new track on to sync with the one that's already been recorded on the tape.
Yep.
You're now matching not even the original timing.
Yeah, there's gonna
but
be
the
like
timing
slippage.
that's on the tape.
Yeah, it's gonna
that
be slipping.
How do you even do that?
I don't know. I have a feeling that because there was ways to sync instruments before MIDI. I'm just not as familiar with them, but that was what he must have been doing. He was clocking, he was syncing them.
Master time boxes or whatever.
He was syncing them together and maybe recording them all at once or something. I don't know, but it's really, really cool stuff. He's brilliant, and he's still alive, which is fucking cool. He like worked with like Daft Punk.
I
and
didn't
shit.
know that.
Like he's the shit.
Dude, Daft Punk. Talk about legends.
Yeah.
All right.
I've also been reading a book this week that I'm really excited about. I'm cataloging all my vinyl for the first time in ever. So I'm going through and I'm using Discogs, which is a great resource, great website for buying vinyl, reselling vinyl, for just keeping track of your collection. And the reason I started doing it was because I was at the record store a couple weeks ago, and I bought this Buffalo Springfield album, the first Buffalo Springfield album, that is like, for me, really hard to find. I've never been able to find like old copies of it, like from the 60s that's like the one I want to buy. And so I bought this Buffalo Springfield album. It was like an early pressing of it. It was like super good copy. It looked really nice. Got home, was so pumped. Went to like put it, after I listened to it, went to like put it back in my little Neil Young section where it would live. And I slid it in and I looked at the spine next to it, and it was the same album. So I'd already bought it. I'd already gone through this event, this whole exciting event.
And you didn't remember?
I forgot that I bought it.
It's amazing. I wonder if you're gonna like get really excited about the discovery again, only to find that you have bought it.
I probably
You've gone through this exact experience 2 times in the past.
Luckily, they're not identical. One's mono and one's stereo, so there's at least that. So I can at least tell people like, "Oh, I'm such a big fan of this record. I just have to have both versions." Like,
well, that explains it.
But yeah, so I've been using Discogs. That was kind of the impetus of it because, you know, now I have my whole record collection on my phone. I can scroll through and just make sure I'm not a fucking idiot buying the same record again. But yeah, I've been getting really into. I'm finally taking the extra step as like a vinyl music enthusiast, to where I've bought a new record player that's not a piece of junk. I've got a nice stylus for it. It's not here yet. I ordered it, but it's all coming.
Nice.
And I thought, you know, I really should like learn about this stuff because it's one thing to know how to make music, but it's another thing entirely to know how to like reproduce it well, like on like a home stereo, especially with like vinyl, and you're dealing with, you know, certain tone arms do certain things, and certain styluses and certain needles do other things, and what kind of preamp am I using? What kind of amplification stages am I using? Like, is it tube? Is it solid state? Like, what about my speakers? Like, what are those? You know, so there's like so many things that like I kind of take for granted. And luckily, I've built a system, a home stereo that is just like fucking dope, and it works really well. But the weak link in the chain was my record player. So I found this book by this woman named Laura Dearborn, and it's called Good Sound, and it's really fascinating book. And I posted this in my story yesterday, but I just want to read it again because it was a quote from the book that to me was just like so. Oh, of course it expired, but I'll I don't have the quote on me at the moment, but I can preface what it was. But
okay,
it was just really like a profound amount of foresight that this woman had. She wrote this book in 1987, which is like 3, 4, maybe 5 years into the dawn of CDs, which eventually would become the initial death nail of vinyl, or the final death nail of vinyl, really, at least up until now.
But it wasn't yet.
It wasn't yet, and in this
I mean,
book,
didn't cassette first stab vinyl in the face before CD did?
And so did 8-track, but I think vinyl was always like your primary listening method, and then things like the radio, 8-track, cassettes, all that stuff, that was all kind of like, oh, if you're on the go, it's like secondary kind of thing.
Right.
But like,
Okay.
at least
in the car, in a Walkman.
Yeah, but like people's primary way of like consuming music typically was more geared towards vinyl than other sources. But one of the things she said, she basically said like, and this is while CDs were like taking off, she decided to write this whole entire book about why actually LPs are like the best way to listen to music and why turntables are awesome. And this thing she said in the book was just amazing. It's just like this incredible amount of foresight that she had to even say this at that time. And it was like make sure you take care of the vinyl that you have, because right now it may seem worthless, but someday there's going to be an inevitable like analog audiophile kind of resurgence. And you're going to have to pay through the fucking nose to get these records back, if you can even get them back. And I read that and I like stopped in my tracks and I was like, fuck, that's what I'm doing right now. Like that's literally what I've been doing. And that's
the
what, like,
people who held on and they're in nice condition.
Yep. Bank. Sitting on a gold
bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting on just absolute gold.
But both like literally valuable money wise, but also just like in terms of the and just the capital of the quality of what the lovers of that love.
Yep.
You know, they've got gold in that way.
Yeah. And not to mention, like she brings up too, and this happens anytime there's a changeover in in mediums, right? This happens in film when you go from primarily film to digital or film to VHS even, or whatever. Anytime, and same goes with vinyl to cassettes, cassettes to CDs, CDs to MP3s, whatever. Inevitably, not everything makes the changeover. Not everything survives the switch, right? So there's certain things on vinyl, and this goes for any medium, that are only on vinyl, like that you can't get on Spotify. You can't get on, any other place. They're not even like on the internet. Like for instance, and this happened yesterday. Me and my girlfriend were listening to this Marauder album, right? And he's like he's not a not famous guy. Like he's like the godfather of like dance music in a lot of ways. And she always, whenever we're listening to records, she always like puts a note in her phone or like, Shazams it or like puts it in a Spotify playlist or whatever. And she like looked over, she's like, this album's not on Spotify. I'm like, what? Like this album fucking rules. How is this not on Spotify? And it's from Marauder. And this is like,
Spotify is not everything, man.
It doesn't have everything. It really doesn't. So yeah, it's
Spotify doesn't have the best Gladiators album, in my opinion.
There's tons of stuff that's not on Spotify. It's crazy. And same with Tidal or any other streaming service. There's just stuff that just never made the switch. It never made the jump to digital, and it's kind of a shame, but yeah, it's another aspect of it that just makes it like really cool and fun to collect. Anyway, that was my long-winded answer of what I've been doing and listening to lately. But what have you been listening to lately?
So, music-wise, I've been listening to. I started listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers again because they released a new album.
Dude, same. Seriously.
So,
yeah,
you've listened to the new Chili Peppers album?
I haven't listened to the new album yet, except for a couple of the singles. But I've been going back and just like listening through their catalog, especially all the Frusciante periods.
Yes, exactly. I did the same thing. I listened to. I think I've only heard like the first half of the new album.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a long one, right? It's like a double album.
17 songs.
70 minutes or something, right? Something like that. It's really long.
Yep. 17 songs, and so that prompted me to go back and listen through the various Frusciante albums of the past.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the new stuff so far? Because I've only listened to Black Summer and maybe one other one.
I love it.
Nice.
I think it's really good. I think it is the closest. It's the closest thing to Blood Sugar Sex Magic that they've done since that album.
Wow.
I think, and because it just sounds like a band of 4 dudes,
right,
who wrote some songs, and this is them playing them.
Which
and,
you
and that's
can't
it.
you can't say that about all their output with Frusciante the last time around.
Right, exactly. Californication and By the Way, both of those albums are fucking masterpieces in my opinion, but they don't sound like that.
No, yeah.
They're fully produced, like, yeah.
I would say especially By the Way. Californication, you could make the argument maybe that it sounds more like 4 guys in a room than By the Way, but like By the Way is like there's tons of shit going on that record. It's like that's a
I feel like here's the difference to me. Californication, yes, like the arrangements and the way that it's recorded, like, yeah, it sounds like four dudes playing. But Californication, it sounds like 4 world-class genius musicians playing together.
Right.
You know, like I mean just like the guitar intro to Scar Tissue, it's like that is like a savant wrote that.
So
you know what I mean?
And it's so simple. It's so stupidly simple. It's fucking amazing.
Whereas Blood Sugar Sex Magic, they sound like the best. They sound like a band that could be from your hometown.
Right.
You know, but like all the way to the max in terms of quality. Like they're so fucking good and so funky and like so creative and so catchy, and all the songs are so good, but they sound like human beings.
Right.
But in Californication, I feel like they're genius. Right. Exactly. Their genius is just like over the top. They don't. What they're writing and what they're playing on that album sounds a bit less accessible to me. Like, the beginning of Parallel Universe.
Mm-hmm.
Like people can't play that.
No, it's unreal. But Flea like literally plays like that all the time.
Exactly. They're
unreal.
showing off and like putting on display like skills that they have that almost nobody else has. You know.
Yeah,
a lot on that.
That intro section reminds me of a video I saw pop up on Reddit. Someone posted Flea playing the national anthem on bass at like a Lakers game.
Yeah.
And it was just him. And like for the first half, it's like he's playing like bass chords, and he's like kind of he's very like you know, it's almost like classical sounding the way he's doing it. Like he's almost treating it like a nylon string guitar performance. And then like as the song like climaxes, he like kicks in this bass fuzz pedal, and he's like, it's so fucking sick.
I gotta see this.
It's so funny. And the greatest thing about it was it was posted in like the cringe subreddit, and I was just like, what? Like, fuck you, cringe. Fuck off, your stupid cringe.
Yeah,
subreddit.
like if you understand who this guy is,
go
that's
fuck yourself.
And part of what made me think about this too was I saw them on they performed on Howard Stern recently, and when they played, it was like it was fucking great. They sounded like a band, and a good band playing, and not like a band that was put together like I feel like the normal way to play music, and we are a part of this.
Yeah.
The way that the music industry is at the moment is that music is created in a studio, and then after that, we put together a band so that we can put this song that we created in the studio onto a stage.
Yes. Yeah. We're gonna hire 3 keyboard players that all sit off to the side of the stage in the dark that you don't see.
Right.
We're gonna get 2 extra guitar players. We're gonna get background singers. Yeah, it's like
and there's something unavoidable about it which is that like there's just some quality that it always has, that this is a group that's playing a song that they learned.
Right.
But when I saw the Chili Peppers playing on Howard Stern, it was different, and it felt like a time capsule.
Yeah.
Back to the like early 90s
I
sometime where it was, you could tell this was a band that was playing their song that they wrote standing around in a circle just like this.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is the original version of this song,
Right.
you know?
Right. Yeah.
And yeah.
I had that same exact realization watching them play on it was on like Jimmy Kimmel Live or something, and they were playing a rooftop performance of one of their new singles, and it was just like it's weird that it feels like such a throwback of just four guys playing music together.
Yeah.
Like because it really does. It's such, at this point, the state of like rock music is like, it's so unrecognizable to what I grew up with.
And I don't want to say that it's bad.
Me neither.
It's just that it's modern, and that is the way
different.
Generally that it is now. Not, there's exceptions obviously, but generally that's the way that it is now.
Yeah.
Which I mean, big surprise. It's different than it was 30 years ago.
Totally. Yeah.
That's not surprising, but
yeah. But it's different in a way that like it's different in a way that I thought it would never be different. Like I never thought I would hear four guys playing and be like, whoa. This is
weird. It is surreal, and it was a surreal feeling. Yeah, exactly like how you just said. Like I was watching the Chili Peppers play on Howard Stern, and that element of it stood out to me. And there was a part of me that was like, it's weird that I think that that's weird.
It is weird. Yeah. It's weird that it's weird. That is and it almost, it's very bittersweet to me. It makes me sad in a way, but also like so happy and grateful that those guys are still. I think it's become very cool to probably not like them as much as definitely people liked them when I was younger. When I was younger, they were like everybody's favorite band. They were the coolest fucking band, and I think. Stadium Arcadium, they got really big, really bigger probably than they ever were. I mean, they were that album title was like, they were calling out like what the plan was. They're like, we're a stadium rock band now. Like that's what we do now. And that's what they became. And, there was tons of, that album was really big. It's a really good album, but it's not one of my favorite of the Frusciante albums. But it's really good. But it was like really geared towards like maximalist, like the max audience, the max amount of ears. Like it was just so ubiquitous everywhere. It's on the radio constantly, and deservedly so. I mean, they tried to do that and they succeeded like in spades. But I think after that, and then him leaving again. And then their last couple records, I think, just totally went by without anybody even noticing. I feel like they've kind of been written off in a way, which has probably been good for them, really, because it's probably been a big impetus for them to just get back to basics and do what they do best.
Dude, one of my favorite quotes, man, is David. Tell us the name of your favorite director of all time who directed Blue Velvet.
Yeah,
David Lynch. Thank you. Your boy.
Yes.
When David Lynch was on Louis.
Oh God, yeah.
On the show, Louis C.K.'s show, a show that's like disappeared from the world now. Louis.
Yeah, it's gone.
When he's playing like the guy who comes in to be Louis' like show business guru,
right?
To like teach him like to be the Dalai Lama of showbiz,
right?
And how it all works. And he gives him the 3 rules or the 5 rules or something like that, or the 5 laws of showbiz,
right?
And one of them is in order to make a comeback, you have to go away.
Right. Yeah.
And they
went away.
They went away.
They really went away for like 10 years, even though they put out 2 records.
But they put out records, right? So I was getting excited about this new one, listening to it, going, "Oh my god!" And I was, combing through their Wikipedia page, and I saw that they released these 2 records. I'm like, I've never seen these album covers in my life. I've never heard these titles in my life.
Right.
They had singles. I've never heard these songs.
Right.
In my fucking life. Josh Klinghoffer, who's been their guitarist for like a significant amount of time. I'm like, I can't.
Probably longer.
I don't recognize his face. I can't think of what his guitar sounds like.
Probably longer than anybody except Frusciante to hold down guitar playing duties in that band.
Yes, right. It's so like Frusciante as I think that the most total, but never in one continuous stretch.
In one continuous stretch, it's probably him. I would think.
It's either him, which might be tied with Dave Navarro, actually, because Dave Navarro was the guitar player for like 8 years.
Are you sure? Because I thought he only did that One Hot Minute record.
So they only released the one record during that time.
Oh, you're right.
But he was the guitar player in Red Hot Chili Peppers for like 8 years.
Because Frusciante left. You're right. Whoa. Because Frusciante probably left right after Blood Sugar Sex, which
immediately
was 91.
after. He didn't tour it.
Whoa. And that was
immediately
91.
after they were done with it, he left. Yeah.
That was 91.
Yes.
Californication came out in 99. So
exactly.
And One Hot Minute was 95 or something. So yeah, you might be right about that. That's fucking crazy. I never thought about that. I always just thought of him as like...
I don't have all this info just swimming around in my brain. This is just because I was recently reading the Wikipedia page. That's all.
Right.
But yeah.
That's wild. He's an underrated contributor too. I like One Hot Minute a lot. I think that's, as far as anything non-Frusciante, that's a fucking killer record, dude.
It's so good.
Sweet.
Best non-Frusciante album?
I'm not gonna go that far because I actually really like Uplift Mofo, Party Plan, and like they're super early, like
freaky style.
Yeah. I love the like P-Funk kind of influence, early like anarchic punk funk records.
Yeah.
I love that stuff. So I would say I probably still like that stuff better than like Fight Like a Brave. Like fuck, dude, that song fucking kicks ass. And there's other ones too, but they had really good singles. They were already like a killer band before Frusciante came along. It's just now they've been so much better since then that like people don't even think of like 80s Chili Peppers anymore, which is a shame because it was a killer period of time for the band.
Yeah. We should be reading what folks are saying. Folks are contributing to the.
So I think we initially asked, what's everyone listening to? Papa Jocko said Tim Timebomb and the Agrolites.
Yeah. So Papa, are you talking about? So I know A Poet's Life, right? So I think that's the first time that Tim Armstrong and the Agrolites ever worked together. Is that what you're referring to, or have they collaborated again since then? Because if they have, I'm not even aware. But A Poet's Life is a fucking genius album that Tim Timebomb did with the Agrolites, who are proud some of the greatest reggae that Los Angeles has contributed to the world.
Legends.
They're fucking legends in this city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Second only to Hepcat, probably.
Yeah. I would say they're co-owners of the throne.
Yeah. Especially for people of our generation, because Hepcat was before our time.
Yeah,
but
right before. And then, Agrolites are probably more responsible for my taste in music than like any other band, I would say. Like as far as, maybe not my taste, but like they're probably the biggest influence on like what I do. Like if it wasn't for the Agrolites coming along, like I really liked reggae and dub before I heard the Agrolites. But when I heard the Agrolites, I was like, oh my God, people are doing this right now.
Yeah.
Like people are playing music like this, like I could go see this band right now.
And they played like multiple times every week.
Oh yeah, they were all the time. And
Jocko, I wish you could have been there, man. Wish you could have been in LA at that time.
Dude.
Get your Agrolites fixed. But the original lineup, dude, those guys were one of the best bands I've ever seen live in my life.
Yeah.
And then, please no trash. I can't see the last line anymore.
I can read it. It says, I love vinyl. I'm to the point where I have to sell my mailers. Went through my closet, literally an entire closet full of empty vinyl mailers, whiplash, thick, thin, etc. I actually need to buy a bunch of mailers, so I'll take them if you're getting ready.
Yeah, just put them in a box and send them to Nate.
me. I'll buy them from you. Papa Jocko, Culture 2/7's Clash never sounded better the day I bought it and played it on my granny's old stereogram.
Dude,
that's cool. That's
amazing.
one of my favorite records ever, by the way.
Yeah, that is one of the greatest reggae albums of all time.
Yeah, when people are like, when I can tell people are like I like reggae, I listen to multiple Bob Marley albums. I'm like, okay, you should listen to 2/7's Clash though.
You should listen to 2/7's Clash.
You should listen to that. You should listen to Culture or the Congos, Heart of the Congos.
I really love 2/7's Clash because there's some very like proto Wise Owl stuff in there because the heavily featured synthesizers on that album. It's such a unique element to that record that is almost non-existent.
Yeah.
And the whole rest of I don't know. I don't know who it was, and I want to know. I should be asking people because I periodically meet people who would know. Who was it? At what studio? What synth did they grab? Who ended up with a synth? Who brought it into the studio and was like, "Hey guys,
check this out.
Let's put this on." Like, who was that? Because it seems like it was just one day, just a couple things. Because it's so rare on the whole output of all the studios around during that time period.
And it was in '77 too. I'm always blown away by like. Synthesizers in the 70s is like, that's the most exciting time for synthesizer music to me because that's when everybody was discovering it for the very first time.
Yeah, I wonder what that must have been like. Dude. Where you get a record, like imagine, okay, 2/7's Clash just came out.
Yeah.
You get it, you put it on, and you hear that sound. Like, what was that like?
What even is that sound?
Yeah.
Like, I imagine there's probably some people in Jamaica that didn't even know what the fuck a synthesizer was. When they heard it for the first time, they're probably like, "What the fuck?"
People
is
in
that?
America who don't know what the fuck a synthesizer is.
For sure. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, man. But yeah, that record is that's Reggae Hall of Fame for sure. That's for me. That's like top 5 easily, maybe top 3.
Oh, this could be cool. Top reggae album. So I have.
Yeah, let's do it.
I have a let's see if I can find it in my phone right now.
Are we going reggae? Okay, should we differentiate between reggae albums and dub albums, or are those can those be in the same?
They should be separate. They should be separate categories.
Right,
I mean, I'm cheating, asking you to come up with it on the spot.
No, it's okay. I can do it, but it does change my rankings if I can't have dub records in there. Because I could give you probably 15 dub albums that I would put right away.
Right.
But reggae albums, I can do as well, but I have to think more about it.
Okay.
But
I have this note on my phone.
Is your rankings?
To copy and text to people whenever it comes up in conversation. Whenever
text it
like,
to me. I want to know.
Let me know any recommendations that you have.
I bet
I'll
you.
be like, okay, well, I actually spent an evening drinking and compiling my recommendations to you and to anybody. The greatest reggae album. Here you go. Send it.
That's
like,
awesome.
Check that out.
I bet you anything there's reggae albums on there that I haven't heard. So I would love.
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
I would say off the top of my head, I'll give you my couple off the top of my head, and then we should read your list and go through it because that'd be interesting. Okay. Off the top of my head, I think, first of all, I think you have to have a Bob Marley record in there, and for me, it's Catch a Fire, like the first really big Wailers one that they did together. Peter Tosh is, prominently featured, I think, as he should be. This is before there's separate eras with Bob Marley. There's Bob Marley, there's the Wailers, which is Bunny Wailer, Peter Tosh, Bob Marley.
When they were the trio.
When they were an actual trio, like a vocal trio first, and then And then they really became like, you know, Bob and Peter. It was an uneven split, but they were, you know, co-writing. It was like a McCartney-Lennon thing, you know, initially.
Yeah.
And then the second era, after Burning, I think, is when it was Bob Marley and the Wailers, where it's really Bob Marley, period. And
so was Tosh not in the band anymore at that time, or was he still in the band and they just started to go under Bob's name?
There may have been a period of overlap, but I believe that like once I'm pretty sure Tosh left because he kind of saw the writing on the wall that Bob Marley was. The crazy thing is Peter Tosh, if there was no Bob Marley, Peter Tosh would have probably been one of the biggest names or the biggest reggae name ever in the 70s.
Is he the second? Is there anyone who's a bigger name than Peter Tosh?
For me, he's
Jimmy Cliff, maybe?
Maybe Jimmy Cliff, maybe.
I don't know. I think Peter Tosh is a bigger name than
I think Peter Tosh.
At least he is in America.
Yeah, I think Peter Tosh because he fills a similar like niche, like he has a similar viewpoint as Bob Marley, although it's there's big differences, you know, in that he's much more like militant and Bob Marley's not quite that way as much as Tosh is, but they both were kind of coming at similar issues from a similar point of view, whereas Jimmy Cliff I feel like was totally different. He was not a Rasta, really.
Not political.
Yeah,
not Rasta. Yeah.
You're not super political. I think he was political, but in different ways. Probably ways that were a little more palatable to like, maybe like how Americans might be political in music. Like, like he was political in the same way like Creedence Clearwater Revival was political.
Yeah.
They weren't,
right.
but like doesn't mean they.
Yeah, I mean he did have the song Vietnam. That's
exactly
like one of the most fucking political.
Yeah. And Vietnam is like super close in tone to me as like Fortunate Son or something.
Yeah,
like it's
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but Marley and Tosh were like, they were just they had a super unique perspective that was unique to them, to where they came from, to Jamaica, like that was, you know, revolutionary way of thinking, which is kind of a big reason why I think they were such a big deal. But yeah, I think without Marley, I think Tosh would have been the biggest one. But
and I think it depends on where you are too, because like you know the homies in the UK, in terms of who are the biggest names, Bob Marley and who else, the answer is probably different in the UK than it is in America.
Yeah. Is it UK people? European
people? Is it?
Is Tosh number 2? Is Bob Marley even number 1? I think he would have to be, but.
Right, yeah, Bob Marley might not even be number 1, because I have definitely had the experience a bunch of times of talking reggae with someone who grew up in the UK, and they've mentioned names that I've never heard of. Yeah. And then you Google it, and they're like massive. Yeah. But they just never really hit in America.
Right. I would say, and these are my top 5, but not in any particular order. I would say 2-7's Clash, easily in my top 5, probably top 3.
That's on there. That's on my list.
Heart of the Congos, easily, probably top 3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Heptone's Book of Rules is way up there for me. I listen to that record all the time. What am I? Am I at 4? What would my 5th one be? Really have to. I wish I could go dig through my records.
So I one of the ones on my list is Heptone's Night Food. Okay. Which is the album that has Book of Rules on it, right. But I'm sure there is a release also.
There is a
called
release
Book of
called
Rules.
Book of Rules that I listen to all the time. But I also have Night Food, so maybe I should probably re-listen to both of those, because Book of Rules, the album, may be some kind of compilation thing. So maybe I'm thinking of Night Food.
It might be.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell with the releases.
Yeah.
From that era.
I would say whatever the best Heptones record is, that has to be in there, because I love the Heptones.
That's the thing we could talk about for an hour. What is the best Heptones album?
I will say Party Time is not my favorite Heptones record. I think a lot of people would put it in there because it's part of the Holy Trinity.
Exactly. I have I have a special area at the bottom of my list that with the Holy Trinity off on its own. So it is included, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
That it's kind of a controversial opinion to have, but I agree with you.
Here's my
Party Time is not as strong as the reputation that it has.
No. And here's my hot take about that. I think, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I kind of just feel like the Lee Perry sound, the Black Ark sound, just did not mesh with the Heptones very well.
Yep.
I just don't think it. I remember the first time I heard it, I was like, "Oh my God, Lee Perry, the Heptones together, they made a record." I can't wait.
With two huge exceptions, though. One of which is "I Shall Be Released," which is one of the best reggae songs.
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
Came from that collaboration and from that album. And what makes it so great is that it is the Heptones and it's the Black Ark sound.
Right.
And them doing Sufferer's Time.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Right, which is a song that Lee Perry wrote. So it's the Heptones singing Lee Perry's lyrics.
Right.
And his song, which is fucking genius. But other than those two songs, it's the Heptones trying to be themselves.
For me.
And Lee Perry trying to do his thing. And it feels like two separate worlds that are not combining for the whole, except for these two like miracles.
Right.
It's really weird.
And those tracks alone are worth owning it. Really, it's worth owning no matter what. Because even with this like major caveat that it's not the best Heptones and it's not the best of the Holy Trinity records, it's still an essential buy. It's an essential record to own as a reggae enthusiast.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's historical.
Yeah, it is. But for me, I would think that I think Heart of the Congos belongs in the Holy Trinity more so than Party Time. I think Party Time, I think there's a reason the three records that are considered the Holy Trinity are considered the Holy Trinity. It's because they were all made at a similar time with similar overlap of players. Like they all kind of played on each other's records and stuff. And it was just like one big kind of thing that turned into three different records. Whereas Heart of the Congos was like its own thing that happened afterwards. So I get it, but but if I'm just going to pick the three best Black Ark records, Heart of the Congos is...
You would swap it out. You would swap Heart of the Congos out with Party Time.
Swappage happening, yeah.
The other two of the Holy Trinity, by the way, are Police and Thieves by Junior Mervyn.
That would probably be my number 5 pick.
And War in a Babylon by Max Romeo.
Yeah, those are both incredible. I think
those belong for sure.
Yeah, I'm probably more partial to Max Romeo. I really enjoy Max Romeo, but Police and Thieves, the song, there's no Max Romeo track I think that tops that particular song. Oh, you know what? God, see, I'm thinking too small as far as my reggae list goes because I have to open it up to like late 70s, early 80s. I would have to say, fucking, We Do Dem, Ika Mouse. Definitely.
Oh, nice.
Definitely in my top 10. Don Carlos, Day to Day Living, definitely in my top 10.
Very nice.
Probably Wailing Souls, Firehouse Rock, definitely up there.
That's on my list.
Yeah.
That one is.
Oh, man. And there's one, actually, I'm trying to buy it. I've only listened to it a couple times, but I liked it so much that I would put it in my top 10 already. Or maybe on the peripheral of my top 10. It's definitely like honorable mention. I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's a Yellow Man album from like the early 80s. That is.
Oh yeah,
God,
I can see see the cover of it right now.
Yeah, it's.
I can't think of the title. Jocko, help us.
Yeah.
And Jocko and everybody else who's in the chat right now, please post your list of greatest reggae albums, please.
Favorite reggae albums, please. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking at the Wise Owl list here, greatest reggae albums. So is this in order? Is this like 1 through 10, or
no?
Just a general list?
It's not in order. No.
Okay. All right. So
this is so like when I meet a person who's like has an interest or a passion or like they've heard the reggae that they've heard and they really love it and they feel the desire to dive in and get educated and hear more and hear the best of it that's out there,
Yeah.
They want to get in there and hear the quality stuff
There's 2 on your list I have never heard before that I can't wait to listen to.
This is the list that I give them. So to do kind of a combo of 2 things. One, just a bunch of stuff that they'll enjoy because they'll hear just like the highest quality reggae. And 2 is educate them, so that they'll come away with some sort of like knowledge about the classics and the ones, you know, like you would tell somebody, hey, you should watch Citizen Kane and The Godfather,
right?
You know, that kind of thing.
Right. I just copy and paste that in a note in my phone. We should try.
You want to read it?
Yes.
You want me to read it?
I can read it and we can talk about it. Okay.
And everyone watching the recording of this video, please drop in the comments your personal top reggae
please.
albums. Let's start a discussion here. This is good.
This is good stuff. Okay. Wise Owl, greatest reggae albums. And stop me if you want to talk about any of these, although several of them we've already covered. So The Wailing Souls, Firehouse Rock, amazing. If anyone hasn't heard it, if you're familiar with Scientists Rids the World of the Evil Curse of the Vampires, that is basically a dub remix album of this album.
Like like half, maybe a little bit more than half of the songs from the Scientist album are from this album,
this Wailing Souls record, and it's incredible. I mean, it's as good as that record for sure, and that record
perfect, song after song after song.
Yeah,
it's just genius.
Culture 2/7's Clash touched on that. Amazing, essential listen. The Mighty Diamonds, Right Time, excellent record. Okay, here's one that I haven't heard. Third World, 96 Degrees in the Shade. Have not heard that record.
Oh my god,
not
dude. Nate, you and everybody else who's never listened to 96 Degrees in the Shade by Third World. Okay, so Third World is like the Pink Floyd of Jamaica.
Oh, you hooked me. You just hooked me.
Imagine
that's all I needed to hear.
If Pink Floyd were from Kingston, same time period, you know?
Yeah.
The same planet Earth at the same time, but they were from Kingston and they were Rastas.
Right.
That's Third World.
Wow.
It's incredible. And so 96 Degrees in the Shade is their like Dark Side of the Moon.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hooked. Definitely listening to that later. Peter Tosh, Legalize It. Incredible. Probably my favorite Tosh record. Maybe I'd put what's the other one?
Equal Rights.
Equal Rights. I kind of find myself listening to Equal Rights more often, to be honest, but I can't.
The songs are so good.
Yeah, I can't deny Legalize It. I wouldn't.
Equal Rights belongs on here. Could put it on there.
It could.
Because I also haven't limited. My list is not like a top 10.
Right.
So whichever one is 11, it's got to get snipped off. Like it's just a list. So
right.
Equal Rights could belong on here for sure.
I would say if you're serious about getting into Peter Tosh, I wouldn't skip either one of them. I think they go hand in hand. You have to listen to both those records.
And speaking of the 80s, I think I only have one album on this entire list that's from the 80s. But you could put Wanted, Dread, and Alive on here too.
That's a good one. Oh man, what's the fucking band? I'm just spacing because we're streaming and I can't think while we're streaming. There's a band I bought a record of. Trying to like scroll back in my Instagram when I posted about it like 8 years ago. It doesn't really matter. Wait, I'm almost to it. This is exciting.
Scrolling.
Instagram.
Is it a Jamaican band?
Yes.
Is it a vocal trio? No.
Early 80s. I can't find the post. I can't find it. Oh well. We'll keep going. I'll think of it later.
Okay.
Okay. Then we got Gregory
Jocko,
Isaacs.
I hope you're working on your list. I want to.
Yeah, please,
I want to
sir.
read your list.
Then we got Gregory Isaacs, Night Nurse, Essential. That's 80s, right? Isn't that really?
I think it's 81.
It's like 81. Yeah.
That's the only one on my list that's from the 80s. Night Nurse.
I don't own that one. I can't believe I don't own that one. I fucking want that one really bad.
No.
Congos, Heart of the Congos.
Yeah.
Enough said. Heptones, Night Food. Probably the best Heptones record. This is the next one I haven't heard. The Viceroys, We Must Unite. I have not heard that record. What's the are they the Allman Brothers of Jamaica? What are they?
That's a good question. Who are they? They're kind of like the. Okay, so this album, if I were to equate it to American music, this would be like the. Speaking of America, they would be like America.
Okay.
You know, like that. What's the name of the album that has a horse with no name on it?
I don't know. It might be a Horse with No Name.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know, but yeah, I know.
This is like that album, you know, like that. Just a band that is just so right in there of the era and so important in what was happening in the era, but only for one moment.
Okay.
And they're not like playing the stadiums now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just incredibly strong album. The rhythm section is off the chain. The songs are so good. And about half of the album, We Must Unite, were songs that we did in Horsemouth,
awesome.
The reggae band that we used to play around LA with. That was all
the best band I've ever been in.
Yes, possibly best band I've ever been into. All that we did was just for the love of doing it, just choose the most deepest, rarest reggae cuts that we could and played them live.
The top ranking bangers.
And just play them around LA. Nobody knew that we didn't write these songs.
Yeah, that was the best part. Is people would hear us play and they'd be like, "God, you guys have such amazing songs," and we're like, "Yeah, we're a cover band."
Yes, they're all
just like
covers.
Deep cuts, like you would never know.
Yeah, it's like, wait, do you guys have a CD? Like no, none of these songs are ours.
Yeah, we covered all of them. Okay, then you got 3 Gladiators records, which I probably haven't heard any of these either. I listen to the Gladiators a lot, but I listen to I don't know where to start with them, so I'm definitely going to use
Here
this.
you go.
Yeah.
This is where to start.
So Wise Owl's got Trenchtown Mix-Up, Proverbial Reggae, and Serious Thing. Those are 3 different Gladiators records.
Trenchtown Mix-Up is, in my opinion, the best Gladiators record, which makes it one of the best reggae records that there is, because it's the Gladiators. Right. And that one is not on Spotify.
Okay.
Don't know why.
Yeah, and that's what makes it hard to find some of the stuff, because I've definitely looked in the past to try to find. I think the last time I tried to find Gladiator stuff, I ran into that problem where it was it was just a smattering of singles and stuff on Spotify. There wasn't an album or anything in particular to latch onto to listen to. I'm about to send this list to the chat. I've been working really hard to talk and do phone things at the same time. It's really hurt my brain, and now you guys are
doing a great
the
job
benefit of that. I'm going to send this list to the chat. A little photo of it. At least I hope I can do that.
Airdrop received.
Thank you.
Okay, while you do that, I'm gonna play. I learned how to play. Are you a Supertramp fan? Any Supertramp fans out there? I was bored the other day, and I learned how to play Dreamer. I think I did. Let me try. It's really hard.
Okay.
shit.
Some scratchy.
Yeah. My keyboard thing is messed up. You know, dreamer, you know you are a dreamer. Dreamer. And can you put your hands in your head? Oh no.
I don't even know this song. Should we dub it?
Yes.
So I was on Twitter the other day, you know, as you do, or maybe it was a couple weeks ago, and I think it was right after I posted, like, I don't know, I posted some kind of link to something I had dubbed out or whatever, and I noticed that a tweet from Packy Man, who's my current favorite dub musician who's out there touring right now, and I don't think he was referring to me. I hope he wasn't, or I'll cry. But he just posted, "Not everything needs a dub version." And I couldn't help myself, and I like responded to his tweet, and I was like, "But what if there was?"
That's funny.
I think I linked to something.
He might have been talking about you, bro.
Man, I would cry, like, straight up. But whatever, you know, it's fine.
Agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree, Packy Man.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, I just linked to this on Imgur because I can't drop the JPEG directly in the chat for whatever reason. So,
all right,
check out that link. There's Wise Owl's top, dopest, sickest reggae records of all time.
Jocko must be sleeping.
Yeah, it's all good.
Must have dozed off.
Well, we should do. We should do some fucking music from people segment. Music from people segment. Woo! Man, God, the fucking.
Over here, we're calling it "Music from People" segment.
Yeah.
Music from people.
Yeah, exactly. What's the word I'm looking for? The production value of our show is just top tier, second to none. Absolute.
Best
Our
show in the
production,
world.
Our production value makes all other production values look like jokes. All other values of production are silly. Compared to
Low
ours.
value.
Yeah, low value.
In comparison.
Yeah.
To our value.
Yeah. Okay. So, obviously, we kind of just wanted to shoot the shit and talk today. So here's an actual segment that we promised to do sometimes. Listening to music segment. Listening to people's music segment. Here we go.
Yeah. So this is where we listen to music that has been submitted to us by the publics, the folks out there, by you, and you can submit your music as well, and we will feature it. Well, I mean, truth be told, we'll add it to the list of music to be featured in this segment, and during. So, you know, we'll share whatever links you want us to share with all the people. We'll listen to the music like we're about to do live on the stream. And then Nate and I will, we will praise you and let you know how much we like your music and what we like about it.
Yes.
And if we've got it, and we'll do our best to find something to like, constructively contribute to you. Maybe something that you can try out to take things to another level, or just some kind of input that we can hear.
Yes.
Which you can take or leave.
Yes. So the first track we've got today is from Houze Midnight Season. This guy's got a really dope Bandcamp page, I just want to say.
Yeah, it's nice.
He's got a nice
good art
header here. It's got his album here. It's got a parental fucking advisory. That's sick. That's a nice touch, honestly.
We should put that on our stuff, even though
yeah.
it doesn't need it.
Yeah, it doesn't. No one's asking for it. Nobody, like, who are the parents that are handing these out now? I don't know. I don't know. One. So yeah.
And even though our stuff doesn't have any risque,
yeah, it doesn't.
content, we should just put it on there anyway.
It should just be an advisory, like, be careful. This music could lead your child to want to be a musician too. Don't let your child make that mistake.
Don't let him listen to you.
Get to your child before it's too late, before he becomes a musician. God forbid. Let's see. This guy's got CDs on here. That's rad. He's got a fucking vinyl pressing of this shit. That is cool as fuck.
Go.
Let's see. It looks like he's only got one record left. Somebody should buy this fucking record. I've spent too much money lately, so I'm not going to. But
yeah,
somebody
so
should.
thehouze.bandcamp.com. It's a Bandcamp artist.
Yeah.
We also really love to support other
Bandcamp
artists like ourselves.
All right, and the track
it's a wonderful community.
The track he wants us to listen to is "Simple Things." So let's check that out.
Let's check it out.
Oh, already loving this.
Just simple things when you ride with kings.
Someone's singing.
Got juice to make your soul sing. Passion burns beyond the flame. To see what this night brings. Let it ride. Just high. I think it's high. So that's why I let it ride. To the sky. I think it's high. So that's why. What's the situation? Feeling real impatient. Ears is speaking, trying to hear me on station. This one's gotta play out for my present. Cause tomorrow ain't really indebted. I bet that. Once they hit the ears, it'll freeze all the years. Burn down the walls and freeze all the tears. Silence of killers and no all. Just to feel the fact of this no all. Too long, not sad in the stillness. Now the months off, not giving forgiveness. No reason for the feeling high. Can't break out if I keep it inside. The world begging me to lie. That we don't demand supply. But we're listening and we all care. We got this. Now it's time to take this trip. Just simple things when we ride kings. Got juice to make your soul sing. Passion burn beyond the flame. To see what this night brings. Let it ride. Just high. I think it's high. So that's why I let it ride. To the sky. I think it's high. So that's why all I need is a boat back. I let it juice that shakes up the streets. I score DJ in the vibe. Freestyle with ad-libs from the tribe. And I never let it outshine the chain. Sunday best, I get the campaign. Yet we relaxed all insane. No stress, just a measure up in this game. Still blind to others' pain. The range is something that entertains. And ready to take this risk to present this love. So sharp, so slick. I hope you can keep quick and be a part of this whole look. This feeling ain't too far. Just take off and be ready with the stars. Just simple things when we ride kings. Got juice to make your soul sing. Passion burn beyond the flame. To see what this night brings. Let it ride. To the sky. I think it's high. So that's why I let it ride. To the sky. I think it's high. So that's why for us listening and waiting to see these brothers are creating. We been spending too long in the dark. And now we light the spark for those listening and waiting to see what these brothers are creating. We just spent too long in the dark, and now we light the spark.
It's good lyrics. Hell yeah.
Super cool. I really like that. I thought that was fucking awesome.
T-House.
Wow. So first thoughts. Let's just roll it back. Let it keep playing while we're chatting. My initial thoughts are I love how 90s and old school this sounds. This is the kind of hip hop that I listen to like all the time is like 90s hip hop like this. Obviously this isn't from the 90s, but it sounds like it, and he definitely likes like classic 90s hip hop, you can tell.
Yes. Right, in that classic style.
Yeah,
yes.
it reminds me of like Nas, Illmatic or something, like kind of in that kind of zone. I think the musicianship, like the beats and especially like the bass playing.
Yeah, the bass is nasty.
That bass, that guy is a hip hop bass player, like through and through. Like that, the bass on this it kind of makes the track for me. Without that, I don't know how much if I would like it as much as I do, but that really like ties the whole track together for me. That bass playing
really ties the room together.
It does, yes. I will say, as far as critiques go, and again, I really like this track a lot. I think it's really good. Overall, I love the track, but I think where it could probably be strengthened is, to me, it kind of sounds like he wrapped this whole he did this whole song like in one go or something. Like I think some of the delivery of some of the lines could be a little more refined, maybe a little more produced, maybe like with some something to beef it up a little bit. It sounds a little kind of like thin. I wish the vocal was like slightly more up front, and I wish there was kind of a little bit more heft behind it. And that's more that is almost more of a mixing critique than a critique of his delivery. But if I was going to critique his delivery at all, it would be there are times where he sounds a little timid, or maybe not timid is the right word. Maybe it's like nervous excitement or something.
You're honing in on exactly what my notes were too. We heard the same exact thing.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So yeah, I think, and I did a bit of reading while we were listening. And it sounds like this has been a project that's been gestating for a really long time. He said he like wrote and conceived of this album in 2011, between 2011 and 2013, and he finally got it made in 2021. Which is a long time to be working on something, and that's not a knock against it at all, because me and Brandon, we know we've been involved in projects that fucking shit. One of the biggest projects him and I have ever worked on is still not out, and probably never will come out now.
Which one is that?
Last Band on Earth record.
Oh, that
that's like the biggest project we've ever worked on, and it's probably just not gonna go.
Right. Yeah. Any independent musician can relate to that.
So my thinking of when I read that and I'm kind of listening to his delivery, it's like I can almost kind of hear the pressure, the weight of getting this thing made on him while he's rapping, and that may be contributing to some of the things I'm hearing. I don't know, but overall, like, I'm not much of a lyrics guy. But I liked what I heard. I thought it was cool, and I love that he also talks about that this is a concept album, and it's like the whole album is about what it's like just walking around a city after midnight, which is, I love that. I think that's a really simple but really strong concept, and it's like, I remember in college I would do exactly that. Like, before I had any friends in Boston, I would just, like, if I couldn't sleep at night, I lived like in the middle of the city, and and if you walk outside, it's like safe in the middle of the night. There's tons of people everywhere all the time. So I would just say, fuck it. I can't sleep. I'm just gonna go for a walk. You know, go for a walk till 12:30, 1, and come home, go to bed. But it's like something about like walking around a city after midnight it's a really beautiful thing, and it's a really it's an awesome thing to try to capture with music or film or anything. So I definitely applaud that kind of direction that he's in with that. So
yeah,
super cool. I really like, overall, definitely would like recommend and listen to this. I think it's really, really good. What do you think, Brandon?
Yeah, first impressions is just dope. I love it. I like the song. I like the vibe. And you know, like you said, it has a very like a quality that kind of like Kendrick Lamar has, which is that it's obviously a modern. It's obviously recently made, but it's a modern like pay back to a very specific classic sound from a specific era, you know, like it's a paying a lot of homage to that earlier era of hip hop, so much homage that like we're doing it now.
Right.
We're not just paying tribute to it. It's like we're actually going back there.
Yeah.
And going back and doing it more.
Yeah, it's not lip service. It's a continuation of the sound. Yeah.
Right, which is like a huge celebration of it. And there's a lot of authenticity in this too. Like you can tell, I mean, I don't know anything about T Houze, but you can tell that like he belongs there.
Yeah.
This is more than someone who's a fan of that era. This is somebody who like that era and what that is like is in this dude's soul.
Yeah, like he does it as well. You know.
Right. Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah. And the production is fantastic. Everything
really
sounds good. The way that everything is recorded, I've got nothing to say about it.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, the mixing of the vocals, I was gonna say something that could serve the presence of the vocals would be some sidechain exciting of the vocal.
Yeah.
So I would put a de-esser on there.
Yeah.
Then, so basically what you do is you get another version of the vocal, which is heavily distorted, basically, just all the high frequencies, where it sounds like it's coming through a broken radio, and you just kind of blend that in to the mix of the original vocal sounding the way that it does, and it just brings it close to your face and makes every last word and every syllable that you say be super, super present. Right. And it kind of smooths it out so that there aren't like closer and quieter syllables. They're all powerful.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and just a compressor too. Like it could the vocal could be pushed higher up in the mix, and it can be compressed like a lot more, I think. Like this is a genre too where like compression's your friend. Like this isn't one of those kind of genres where you're like, oh no, compression, don't compress it. It's like, dude, this is all about compression.
Yes.
This whole genre of music is compress the kick, compress the snare, compress the bass, compress the vocals. Like, do it.
Yeah,
You're supposed
keys,
to. You know,
background vocals, everything.
Yeah. And the track itself is like immaculate. I really have no complaints about the backing track at all. It's really, really good. But it's like, it's crazy that you know, there's one little stumbling block, and it's on the vocal, which is the you know, that's the most important thing.
I would say it's not, though, to the point where it's like broken. It's not to the point where there's something wrong here and you should do it again. It's not like that. This sounds good the way that it is, and honestly, like when you listen to a lot of the hip hop from this era, the original era, the vocals are not. They don't have the treatment that we're talking about. What we're talking about is actually a more modern technique of producing hip hop vocals.
Right.
Which the era that this is from is before people were doing that technique.
Right.
The sound of this era is stuff that was probably recorded like with an SM58.
Sure.
And like it's rounded off. It's not heavily compressed. Some of the syllables are like sunken back in the track. There's lots of dynamics. It's not, So, anyway, those are some suggestions. And this being the way that it is, seriously, there's nothing wrong with it.
No.
It still sounds good.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I heard too was, it sounds to me like in general, the sound of your voice, it sounds like you are kind of self-limiting the volume and the loudness of your voice.
Yeah,
so
let it out.
So one way of doing that is some super simple, literally just when you're recording vocals, just record it with the headphones much louder.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll do it.
Seriously.
You'll wind up overdoing it probably.
Exactly. And then just let your voice get loud. Use your outside voice.
And that's another thing, like in this genre is it's like bravado, overconfidence, big, loud. Like those are selling points for hip hop artists. Like that's what you want most of the time is this big, huge persona. So yeah, I would say take the limiter, the self-limiting out completely.
Right.
Just let go. If you got to record it by yourself, if you've got to, tell the engineer to fucking put a bag over his head so you don't have to look at him while you record,
right?
Whatever. But
turn the microphone around so that you're facing the wall.
Totally.
That works for me a lot when, because I can get really, really timid and really self-conscious when I'm recording vocals. A lot of the times that have worked for me when I need to record something that takes like letting loose, where I got to be loud or let some more energy out or whatever.
Yeah.
Is to literally set it up so that I'm just staring at a black wall.
Yeah.
Is the only thing that I can see that's in front of me. It's easier to just kind of disappear.
Yeah. There's a certain level of like, you almost need to meditate or something, like, and maybe not literally meditate, like sit silently and think really hard or not think, but I mean like sing this track 1,000 times. Or 100 times, like literally like 100 times in a row. Just keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and find every nook and cranny that can be improved. Find every nuance that can be turned up. Find every aspect of your delivery that can be fine-tuned, and then record it. Like really, like get into like a Zen state.
Yeah.
Where
rehearsal.
Yeah, where this is like second nature, and don't even think of it so much as like, because it's so easy for me to say this stuff, and I'm not a singer and I don't sing on recordings, but when I do produce,
but you're a producer who coaches vocalists.
Yeah, but exactly when I do produce vocalists. That's one of the things I'll say is like before we even record, before the session, it's like when you come in to record, we can sit there and record it all day long. That's not going to be a waste of time. It's not going to bum me out if we do that. That's part of it. And we're probably going to wind up doing that no matter what. But for you to deliver the best performance, which is all I want to get out of you, I want you to like just shred this performance over and over and over and over again. Go do it live 1,000 times. Go sing it in your car. Sing it fucking in the shower. Sing it a million times. Sing it so that you know it like the back of your hand. You don't have to read it while you're singing, so that you can like embody what you're saying and what you're singing.
Right. So you can be saying what you're saying.
Yes.
Not saying what's written on this page.
Right. Yeah. Which may be very cool, but if you're not delivering it in a convincing way, or maybe convincing is not the right word. Look, we're all human beings. Human beings are all capable of incredible things, and human beings all have a depth to them that is shared. We all share it, you know. And if you're willing to dig deep enough, you can pull anybody, any human being can pull gold out of that well.
Yep.
And it's a matter of knowing how to do that, you know.
And it becomes more accessible with rehearsal.
Yes. Yeah. Big time. And it's like a lot of times, like when I've worked with vocalists in the past, it's like we'll track a verse or something, and I can tell while they're tracking it, they're already thinking 2 steps ahead of asking me, like, did we get it, or like, should we do that again, or like they're already like kind of preparing to like not fail, but they're prepared to just do it again in a way that like they're thinking about the wrong thing. They're kind of focusing on the wrong thing.
They're not confident that they're going, I'm about to nail this.
Yeah. It's more like they're trying to chisel away at the marble in the studio, which you can do, and it happens all the time. And no matter what, there will be some level of that happening no matter what. But like, you don't want to come into the studio where your vocal performance is just a square block of marble. You want that marble to be chipped away to where it basically looks like what you're trying to sculpt. It really is what you're trying to sculpt. And what I will help you do is we'll go in and just tweak this little thing here, little thing there, little thing there, final polish on the whole thing, and then it's like, there's your David, you know? Like, that's the real goal. It shouldn't be to start with a rock and arrive at David by the end of the studio, because it's probably not going to happen. That's a tall order, you know? So much of that has to be done beforehand, and it's on the artist to do that, you know? So, I don't know. That's just kind of my 2 cents on, like, you know, I don't know. I feel for singers when they're in this position where, I don't know, it's probably hard to get it out the way that it exists inside you. I don't envy anybody.
It's extremely hard.
I don't envy anyone doing that, because it's scary. You're staring at something that a lot of people don't have the courage to confront. So, you know, I don't know. It's a long-winded way of saying I really love what he's done.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And
again, bottom line, I mean, I'm just listening to it, and just started paying attention to it in the background again, and it's like, bottom line,
it's good.
This is great. This sounds really good.
Yeah, it is really good. He did a great job. All right, Houze. Go check it out, y'all. This is a cool... I want to listen to the rest of the record. This is cool.
Yeah,
I was not
follow him on
expecting
Bandcamp.
to listen to kind of 90s classic golden era hip-hop, my favorite shit, so...
It looks well supported too.
It does, yeah. I love to see that.
Bought it, a lot of comments.
I love to see that. This is probably 50 or 60, about 60 purchases. So that's pretty fucking sweet. A lot of people on Bandcamp can't even say they've gotten 10 purchases on a record.
Oh, this is really good, by the way. How many tracks are on this album?
This is 17.
All right, and look up at the top. What he charges for it is $6.
Oh yeah, totally. I love that too. That's kind of our philosophy as well, or, you know, is like, you know, I think a lot of people make the mistake of charging CD prices for a digital release.
Yeah, right.
And
yeah.
even the guy's CD is only $7.
$7, yeah.
So I mean, he's really selling.
great.
He's selling his CDs like at cost, like for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
Probably-
This is not like 1999
Yeah.
where you need to charge $18 for a CD.
Exactly. Yeah. Whenever I see someone be like, "Oh, I made an album and it's digital release only," and I'm like, "How much is it? Like $1?" And they're like, "No, it's like $20." I'm like,
Why?
Why? Cost of goods, cost of digital CD covers. What the fuck is $20 for?
But there's the really lovely thing, which is that it's $6 or more, which is a very cool thing about Bandcamp and some other platforms where, you know, for us or for anybody who.
And then the vinyl's 26, which is that's good pricing for a vinyl record.
Yeah,
I will say that's competitive pricing.
Yeah, but if someone wants to say, look, this is worth $20 to me, and that's what I want to pay for it, then they can, you know, because that's.
And I will tell them, enjoy no one buying your digital album for $20.
Yeah, because you want to let it be, because some people do want to contribute $20 for what you made, and that's awesome. But like the floor should be, because when you set that price, you're setting what the floor is.
Yeah.
What the minimum is. So you're basically setting the cutoff point to where past this point, nobody can get it.
Yeah.
You can't buy this. You can't have it for less than this. So like that's got to be reasonable.
Yeah.
Like this is. It's 17 songs for $6.
That's pretty fucking good. Especially all original.
That's
like,
fantastic.
Original music, all produced. Like, dude.
Yeah, so if you've got someone who does want your music,
pricing.
who does want to support you, but look, all that I've got on this at the moment is $6. Like they can have it. It's awesome.
Totally. Yeah, and it's like I kind of tend to think that if someone wants to give you $20 for your music on Bandcamp, they're gonna give you $20 for it. But if you set your floor price as $20, you're missing out on probably 100 people that would give you $1 for your music. And if it's digital, you're not losing anything by setting the price lower. I don't think. I think
all the cost is done.
All the cost is done. It's a digital file that you're not even paying to host it.
Exactly.
You know?
Past this point, it's only revenue.
Exactly. For digital stuff, it's like, dude, the work's done. Everyone's been paid already. And you don't have to, there's no overhead. It's just you host it on Bandcamp. Like there's no.
Well, a lot of folks are in debt.
Okay.
By the time that they release their project, you know.
That's true. That's true. And that's, I guess I'm not looking at it from that angle as like they have to make a certain amount back or whatever.
Right.
But.
I mean, technically we are, like, or at least I know I am. The amount of money that I've spent on the gear that I use to make my music, I haven't made that amount of money back, you know. So.
I'm trying to think. I would say I'm probably in the green now after all this time, but I've also stopped buying stuff. I just refuse to buy more stuff for the studio, unless I sell something. Like I sold my Nord and got a cheaper keyboard that actually works better for me for the studio. I would say I'm entering green after a couple years of high noon. But yeah, if I really did the math, maybe I'm not. I don't really want to know the answer to that, to be honest. But yeah, we all probably are a little bit in debt. All right, well, Houze, super dope, fucking mid '90s era
dub
type shit. Word. Excellent work. All right, and then
look at this.
The next one we got, I really like this album cover. This is wild stuff. Let's check this out. What are we reading here? Creativity is intelligence having fun. Albert Einstein. That's a quote.
Creativity is intelligence having fun. Oh, that's cool.
That's very interesting. I've never heard that quote before. And then, this is hard to say. Hard to read. Silkweb presents you with the heat.
Hit you with the heat.
Oh, hit
That's
you with
the title
heat.
of the track.
Nice. Awesome. All right. I don't know a whole lot about this one.
Me neither. Does that say 10 minutes or 16 minutes?
This is 10 minutes. So we may just listen to about half and then start discussing it and then start go from there. We'll see.
Okay.
Released December 8th, 2021. Not a whole lot of info on this. From North Carolina.
Silkweb.
Silkweb Productions. Hit You with the Heat. Here we go. I'm in.
Tight.
I'm fucking in. Sub pack is turning up right now.
Cool. That's how all the hi-hats are different pitches. It's like dee-doo-dee-doo-doo, dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-doo.
Yeah, he's got all different velocities for all of them, which is cool because it makes it sound more like a real person. That is fucking sweet. Dude, this band. I like this a lot. The title of this song, Hit You With the Heat, it reminds me of, in the movie Boogie Nights, when Marky Mark wants to record like an 80s rock ballad, and it's called like Feel My Heat or something like that. That's what I'm imagining right now, and it's fucking great.
And this is that song.
I kind of wish. This slaps.
Slips.
I love this shit.
Another snare.
Critiques are going to be real nitpicky. I'm telling you right now.
Right, yeah. This
me,
is another one that it's like, this is good.
I'm picking out my critiques right now, but they're real nitpicky.
Okay. Vocal sample.
Yeah.
Hit You With the Heat.
Oh, you're right. I'm gonna say we're on the ride. I want to ride the whole ride.
Okay, you want to ride the whole ride?
I want to ride this whole ride.
Okay, let's ride. Gotta have your hands up on the ride.
Final stretch. Does it get bigger somehow? Or do we go down?
Oh, it goes down.
Oh, wow.
New chapter.
Dude, what a fucking ride. Holy
New
shit.
chapter!
was so fun. That was fucking awesome.
That was quite.
Oh man, I loved
it was
that.
a journey.
I loved it. I'm gonna say, please don't send us 10-minute tracks as a general rule of thumb.
Right.
But that being said,
Yes.
that might have been one of my favorites we've listened to. Am I
Nice.
crazy?
No. No, you're not.
Do you want to go first? Or you want me to go first?
Sure. Yeah, we can take turns. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, first of all, it's like, yeah. Before we played it, looked okay. It's over 10 minutes.
Like,
kind of like,
fuck.
But we found ourselves listening to the entire thing.
Yeah.
And when we could have taken the break when we said we were going to,
Yeah.
we were like, you know what? No, we wanted to finish it. That says a lot.
It does.
That's hard to achieve with
10-minute
listeners with a
fucking
10-minute song,
Dude.
right?
Yeah.
Because when you make your song over the 5-minute mark,
Definitely over 5 is like
it's rolling the dice. It's a gamble. Like it's hard to have the listener commit after that point. So, but and it takes something to accomplish it. But
yeah.
But you did with us.
Yeah, you did.
We wanted to hear that. Yes,
I did.
It's a journey, and it was very cool that it was more than just the fact that it's just that somebody decided to not press stop until 10 minutes on, you know, which some, especially with inside of electronic music, sometimes that's what it is. It's like, okay, you could have completed that idea in 4 minutes, dude.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
But this was actually a 10-minute long journey.
Yeah.
It's very cool. And yeah, I mean, I think I was talking in one of these before about one of the like finer aspects of making synthesizer-based music is choosing the synthesizer sounds.
Yeah.
You do that very, very well. The choices of sounds, of voices, of synthesizer patches is very good. The drums are fantastic. The tempo is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very finely chosen tempo for the song. It's right in the sweet spot. And yeah, let's see. I would say the only critique, well, two things. One is I think that in the frequency spectrum, it's a little bit tilted towards the high end.
Yes.
I think it could be evened out where the lower frequencies have just as much representation as the high frequencies.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit tilted to be high heavy at the moment. And then the second thing is I think with your layering, so the effect that you're currently achieving with the layering of the synth sounds is that there's like extended portions of this song that give you the emotional effect of like overwhelm and like kind of like sensory overload, like when you're on like Space Mountain, when you're on a roller coaster, just like zooming through the dark and a whole bunch of lights and sounds.
Yes.
and being twisted and everything. And so like this song is being like on a roller coaster.
Yeah. Once you're on, you're on.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to keep listening, because I was like, dude, this is part of it. Like,
yeah.
It's
And
long.
and part of what accomplishes that is how you're at times you're layering, like it sounds like around 10 elements
Yeah.
at the same time, and that's what's achieving it. But I would say I think that you could fine tune the application of the stacking in a certain way where there's more of a more payoff moments rather than the steady adding. Now there's 4, now there's 5, now there's 6, now there's 7, now there's 8, now there's 9, now there's 10.
Right.
You know, as the way that you approach, I think it can be done in a bit more of an elegant way, maybe. Like there's a rule that some people follow. I don't always, and fucking shitload of people don't always also, but there's this rule that some people use in arranging, which is that every time you add an element, every time a new musical element comes in, you should take 2 of them away. And so then when you bring back another element later and you're taking 2 away, you have things like in different combinations and interlocking, right? So like if a new synthesizer part goes away late, like maybe one of the elements is even like part of the drums.
Yeah.
Like the hi-hat goes away in one of the other synthesizers or something like that. And so you're constantly like changing combinations of sounds. I think that could be cool in building up to a moment of payoff where the sensory overload sections happen. So it is more like an actual roller coaster, because when you think about it, there's moments of peace in the roller coaster.
Yes.
And there's the moments where you're latching up and going up. And then there's the moments of insanity where you're screaming your ass off and you're waving your arms above your head like we were, right? But there's moments where they take it away. So, yeah, I think you can do some architecture in there to make those moments happen and kind of like more like guide and curate and dictate the intense moments of the roller coaster. And I think one of the ways that you could do that is by taking away elements at the same moment that you introduce some, in preparation for those like full payoff moments.
I like that.
That's what I think.
I like that. I don't know if I'm familiar with that school of thought, but I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So I really loved this track. I thought this was fucking fun as shit to listen to. Yeah, my initial thought, I saw 10 minutes and I thought, well, what if this sucks? Then what do we do? Do we listen to all of it? So, you know, we gave ourselves an out. We may, and that's not even really why. It's like 10-minute track that's a fucking lot to ask from anybody. So it's like, you know, and that's kind of why I said initially, like, you know, as a rule of thumb, don't send us 10-minute tracks, please. But if you do,
yes,
you know, we'll listen to them, you know, but, you know, it's just a lot to ask. But I was glad we listened to the whole thing. And there was, I'll get my critiques out of the way first, because I pretty much agree with everything Brandon said. I would say this track is really high-end heavy. I think more so than it needs to be. I would say probably way more than it needs to be. And I have the benefit of, I have a literal subwoofer built into the back of my chair. So I'm like fucking just like, I'm having a goddamn blast because, you know, I get the benefit of all the low end. That definitely.
But that's not a thing that people have.
It's not, no.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna mute this because I can't think straight.
It's very attention demanding.
It really is. It keeps,
which is a
drawing
good quality
me back
for
in.
it to
Yeah.
have.
I keep wanting to focus on it again. So yeah, I have the benefit of having a subwoofer basically, but you know, a lot of people aren't going to listen to this with a subwoofer, even if they should. They probably can't because they don't have one. But I would say the track benefits a lot from that, as I'm sure any EDM track would. And if you're watching out there, by the way, if you're listening to this show or watching this show, I hope by now you are learning to put headphones on while you watch the show, because the show greatly benefits from from headphone wearing. So yeah, the track was super top heavy. I thought borderline sibilant at times, borderline distorting in the high end a little bit at times. My only other critique I had was that there were certain elements brought in at times that I thought kind of sounded out of key or off key a little bit, and if that was intentional, then awesome.
The dissonance.
But there was a little bit of dissonance, which honestly wasn't a bad thing, and if it was intentional, it was done really tastefully. But it was something I noticed, and if that's not something you're trying to do on purpose, I would be aware of that. There was a couple like loops or instrumental elements that were when they came together, I thought, okay, that's clashing a little bit, and maybe that was the point. Maybe that was supposed to be that way. So, and if so, good job. To the things I loved about it, I would say the first 5 minutes of the song, there's this definite like push pull, like give take, kind of thing happening where he'd have the track play, and then the bass and drums would drop out, and then the whole track would blow up in stereo, and just kind of envelop you. And it would just be, then it would be this really like spacey, ethereal thing, and then it would just slowly collapse back in. And I thought that was so cool. And he did it a number of times.
Yes.
And each time he did it, the next time it came back, it would come back slightly different. And it would come back slightly more intense. And it would come back with a slight element either added or changed or something. And as I heard what he was doing, I was like, is this just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger for 10 minutes? Because that's fucking awesome if that's what happens. That's not exactly what happened, but I would say it really it keeps doing that same thing, even though after the 5-minute mark, the drums stop dropping out completely. But there is still kind of a more subtle push and pull and expanse and collapse going on, but it's much more subtle. But I can tell he's still kind of following a pattern similar to what he set up in the first half. And it's like once you notice like the game he's playing, like the trick he's doing, it's so fun because every time the drums drop out, you wonder, you're just like, how much bigger can this get? Like how much can you inflate this balloon before it just fucking pops? And it really reminded me, I think your analogy of a roller coaster is perfect. I think that's exactly what it felt like. And I think if we were to have cut the song off at 5 minutes or something, it's like you're kind of missing the point of the track. But the length of the track was an element that was there intentionally. It wasn't just some long track that he could have cut down. It's like that was part of it. It's a journey. It's an experience. Really, he's trying to take you on like a trip. And to me, roller coaster is a perfect analogy. Another analogy, it's like getting too stoned. It's like when you eat an edible.
Totally.
It's like if you eat an edible or something, and it's way too fucking strong or something, and you're just like, welp, I can't undo that. That's happened now. So I might have a panic attack or freak the fuck out, but like, I'm on this ride now. There's nothing that can alleviate this, for better or worse. This is it. This is me now. This is me now. I made my bed. I did some sewing, or I did some reaping, and now here comes the sewing. And I don't know. I thought that was great. But the track, it was interesting to me because I feel like the track really climaxed at about 8 minutes. And for a track that's 10 minutes long, he's got an outro that is like of equivalent length of a song that is 10 minutes long, and when it's about a 2-minute outro. So it's like he drops way, because we were both wondering. I was saying, is this going to get even bigger? Because I couldn't imagine it honestly getting bigger than that. And it dropped way down, and then it came back up about like 60-70% of where it was at its peak. And to me, that was just him kind of reinforcing the theme, reiterating.
It's good storytelling.
It is. Yeah.
It's the
thoughtful.
denouement after the climax.
Yep.
It's good classical storytelling.
It was like an epilogue to me.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it felt like. It was like 8 minutes, the bubble bursts and it goes way back down, and you go fucking way down to where you started. And then you're just like, wow. And then it's like,
yeah, like I was watching
the rest
movie.
is just tying up loose ends and stuff. It's really cool.
I was watching a movie last night. I watched The Town for the first time.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Boston movie,
very Boston movie. And I thought it ended too quickly.
Oh.
Like the climax of the action was too close to the end of the movie. And it sort of like detracted from the general experience of the movie for me, how like it was, movie, lots of stuff. And then let's do an ending real quick, and now it's over. Credits.
Yeah.
It kind of detracted from the whole thing, and something that people get down on, like the Lord of the Rings movie, Return of the King.
Oh yeah.
For
like
exactly
45 minutes of ending.
Exactly. It ends like 8 times.
Yeah. Except,
but right.
It's an
You're coming off of like 30 hours of movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's proportional. The word for it, the denouement.
Yes.
Which means the untangling.
Yes.
If you're just watching
the third Lord of the Rings in a vacuum, it's like, yeah, that feels like a long ending. But if you think of it as Lord of the Rings,
the ending of the Fellowship, the Towers, the whole journey.
Ending of the whole thing. It's totally appropriate.
You need to let it untangle and come home, because it's actually doing honor to how long of a journey we just took. So the way that Silkweb ended this song was very appropriate like that. Like it actually was like taking into consideration and doing due honor to what we just went through for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
It wasn't just all this whole thing, just climax and then over.
Yeah. That would have been a bummer.
It would have like hurt the overall experience.
Yeah.
So this just ended very well.
Ended very, very well. Yeah. Really excellently done. Silkweb from Greensboro, North Carolina. Obviously, if you guys are looking at the same screen I am, criminally underappreciated.
That's right.
So go over there and give him a follow, and check out this track. And if you
see what other music he's got.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, does he? Let's see if he's got any other stuff out here. He just hit us with the heat and bounced. This is it.
Wait, what happens if you click the music tab up at the top? Because sometimes...
This is it.
No, this is it. He hit us with the heat. This is the heat.
This is the heat.
All right. Well, hey, Silkweb. We need some more music from you, homie.
Yeah, man. Major props on this track. This was fucking sweet. Hard to...
Give us some more heat.
Yeah, hard to explain the difficulty of being able to this effectively tell a story instrumentally. It's really, really well done track. I was really impressed.
You're doing a great job.
Really impressed with this one. This was fucking awesome.
And there's elements of that storytelling that you're doing in here that like a lot of people are missing. I wanted to underline what you pointed out about in the beginning portions of the song where the drums drop out and it goes to the stereo thing, so which you can hear in headphones, where things are happening in the middle and then all of a sudden there's a break where the sounds go out to the side and then it comes back to the middle. So yeah, like everything that I was saying about taking things away when you add and layering things and building things, like you are already doing that with the stereo field, which is, I think, a more advanced technique
Harder to do,
than the thing I was talking about.
I never
Like,
do that, and I think it like
yeah,
I don't even know how
that's
to
a very
do
that's a very high level thing, and you're like doing it really and it was in a way that like it just gave you the emotional experience of the build-up. It wasn't like an obvious, hey, look at me do a stereo thing. Like it was effective and useful, and it just took you along in the story rather than, oh, listen to this guy do a trick.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Wow. Well done.
Wow. God, I love this segment. If you are watching and you have some music that you want featured on the show during this segment, please, in the description of the video you're watching, there's an email address, blackmarketreggae@gmail.com. In the subject line, send us your music, and in the subject line, just put music submission, and link us to some of your tracks. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us, where else people can find you, Instagram, all that good stuff, and we'll straight up just promote your shit on the show, just 'cause. We don't. You don't have to pay us. You don't have to do anything. We'll play your shit, and whoever watches our show will hopefully come support you as well. So
play your shit.
Playing your shit. That's what we do.
You got shit, we'll play it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm about to talk about a very serious subject that that plagues the streaming community.
Subject.
My throat hurts from talking. So I'm gonna go get some water. Because I've been talking for a long time.
Wow. Yeah,
that's
what happens.
One of the things, we put our bodies on the line for you people.
For you.
Damn it. We fucking talk. We talk a lot. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, that's what happens when we take a week off. Look at Nate with his shorts and no socks and no shoes. Gotta love that. Man is comfortable. But yeah, we take a week off. We lose the edge. We get soft up in here, people. I want to say thank you to Tony Richard, who bought Take My Breath Away from my Bandcamp page today. Thank you, Tony. I hope you enjoy it. Appreciate the purchase.
All right. Wow, needed that. Sipperoo.
We were admiring your bare feet.
Yeah, this is this show is turning into like, from waist up, it's like tuxedo. I comb my hair and all that, and waist down, I'm just like,
fuck it.
Still riding that pandemic lifestyle, baby.
Yeah, baby. That's right.
Okay. How are you feeling? Should we work on some music? Are you down?
Sure, let's work on the music.
All right, let's do it. Okay. Let's go back to our other view here. Open up some Ableton. Okay. So we're gonna do another Blue Velvet track. Starting from scratch here again.
Oh, scratchy start.
Hold on one sec. Ableton's opening up, so I'm going to lose audio. Ableton. So, I kind of feel like we need kind of a down-tempo track. We need something...
Chill one.
Not just chill, but kind of spooky and mysterious as well. That would fit the theme of this film very well.
Very much.
Let's get rid of some of this shit. So let's definitely think of something we can do. Some kind of feel that would be nice and slow, nice and spooky. In fact, I kind of want to go on Horseman right now, the website.
Horseman.
And see if there's any drops he's got that we don't have already.
Okay. Big up to horsemandrums.com. Anybody who does anything with reggae drums, you got to know about this damn site. This is also
this shit. Okay. We're overdue.
This is our drummer. This is the drummer of
Yeah.
Black Market and Wiseau.
I
That
don't
guy
think
right
he
there.
knows
Horseman.
that he's our drummer, but he's our
No,
drummer.
he doesn't.
Horseman, UK's premier reggae drummer for over 30 years of studio and stage experience. Worked with the likes of Mad Professor, Adrian Sherwood, Scientist, and Prince Fatty. Prince Fatty's the one that recorded Horseman for all the drumdrops.com stuff. He's worked with the Wailing Souls, Max Romeo, Sugar Minot, Twinkle Brothers, not familiar with them, Winston
Yeah,
Francis, Earl 16, Holly Cook, Mungo's Hi-Fi. I mean, we just talked about Wailing Souls and Max Romeo, who are like in our all-time top 10 reggae albums list. And this guy's from that era. Like he's one of the original, just kind of dope 70s reggae drummers. So yeah, what he does is he goes through and he just records all these amazing drum loops. And so I think I'm gonna buy one right now, but I want to do some testing.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure we don't already own whatever ones we do.
Right. This is where we get our drums from, peoples.
Yeah.
What sorts of chord situation are you thinking for this? So we need spooky, weird.
Yeah, spooky, minor. Okay, so we've got 65, 67, 68, 70. We've got one of the 70s. So we've got 70 number 3. We don't have 74 or 5. Let's check these out.
You feeling a 70 BPM style?
Well, it's going to be like, yeah, Roots Radix, Rockersy, which I love. So let's check that out.
Oh, I love this one. You sure we don't have this one already?
I don't think we do. So in my list here, I don't know if you can see this here. We've got 65, 67, 68, 70. We've got 70 number 3, and that's it.
Interesting.
72 number 1.
Oh, maybe I've only used the loop of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Sidewalk Andy says smash.
Yes.
The like button and subscribe, please, Chad. Give the lads a free donation. Those are the best donations that you guys could give us.
Hell yeah. Hit
the free ones.
QR code up here. Hit the QR code. Send us a buck.
Thank you for your free donations. And Andy's, you're on the balcony just hitting the smash. Ooh, that's pretty vibey.
This is very vibey. So we already have number 3. I think we just listened to 4, and this is number 1. Oh, I kind of like this a lot. Some flyers. Should we keep listening? I think I kind of want to flag that one though. I really like that.
Okay. That's what 70 number 1.
70 number 1, yeah. Okay, here's number 2.
Mm-hmm.
dope as fuck, but kind of. Oh my God. Let's check out number 5 because we only have number 3.
Kind of high energy.
Yeah.
I think we should go slower than 70. If you want spook, mysterious.
Yeah. Okay, then we could go up here.
Mm-hmm.
Which this would be like 66 if we, cut that in half.
Yeah, getting into the steppers vibes. Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, just the fact that it is steppers gives it a little bit of energy, but
yeah.
But
that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the only steppers we have is 118 number 1, 123 number 1.
Ooh, dude, check out this pattern.
Yeah.
Dude.
You want to just go with this
one? Oh, I love that timbale. Bum bum, bum bum.
Oh wait, we have this one.
That's a vibey one.
We definitely have this. Okay, we already own this one. 123
nice.
number 1.
I haven't used it. I gotta use this, man.
Use this.
I've been meaning to do a song with that timbale pattern for a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking dope. So yeah, if you watched us last week, first thing I gotta just arrange all this. I'm gonna delete the spring verb that it comes with because we're gonna add our own.
So these are now all the isolated drum tracks of that sample that we listened to on the site.
Exactly.
Because we bought it with cash money.
Apparently we already did. I don't know when or if we've ever used this in the past, but it doesn't seem like it because I don't ever remember us doing anything like this. And then, I really just want to organize these.
Yeah, you're arranging the tracks in the order that you like them to be in. What order is that?
So I typically do kicks first, snares. If there's a timbale, then I'll usually do kick, snare, hat always is 1, 2, 3. And if it's kick in, out, or I'll do those first, snare, top, bottom, those are next. Hi-hats right after that. Usually then I'll kind of group the timbale with the toms. I'll put the timbale first, and then I'll do all the toms. Although you could also kind of just consider the timbale like a more of an... Except it's kind of not. To me, it kind of fits in the same space as like a snare sometimes, or a tom. It's kind of right in the middle between like a snare and a tom. Oh, sweet. So here we go. We got a timbale right here. And yeah, this one's so like integral to the pattern. You can even see just looking at it. He's like constantly playing it.
And look at how rarely he plays the snare. You never see
Totally. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I kind of want the timbale as my first set of tracks because those are the ones that are like they're kind of the meat and potatoes of the whole drum kit. Same with the toms. He doesn't really go to the toms like almost ever. There's only 1, 2, really 3 times total that he goes to the toms. Then we got overheads, left, right, kit, mono kit mic, and then we got all of our percussion. So we got tambourine,
percussions,
cabasa, flexitone, the keat drum, and the scraper. I kind of find myself not using the keat drum as often as I kind of would think that I would. I kind of tend to get rid of it a lot of the time. Okay. So first thing I gotta do is I gotta basically time correct all of these tracks, even though they're played to a click. It doesn't really matter because they're not gonna be on the click.
No,
and that's not an indictment of Horseman's playing.
No, it's the tape transfer, right?
It's the tape It's all kinds of shit, man. Like it's just sometimes the click feels like a suggestion more than like a hard rule or something.
You know what's interesting? When you buy these drum packs, most of them will come with session files.
Yes.
In addition to just the raw audio.
Yep.
I've noticed that some of them have the click track included in the session file, and it's all uneven.
Oh, really?
You know,
so that means they could be mapping the click to the drums.
Yes.
Which is what they're doing.
Yeah, they did it after the tape transfer, I think.
So we're kind of going in and doing this the other way. So we could have brought that into our session, and we could have had a click that was uneven, but we could have tracked to that click. But instead,
right? Yeah.
What I like to do is just go in and make the actual performance locked down to a click.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't take too long. All I do, in order to maintain the integrity of their performance too, I almost never go in and I only time correct once per bar. So I only time correct like the downbeat, like the first kick drum of the bar, basically. I don't really.
Just the downbeat. Yeah.
Exactly. Just the
and
downbeat.
Let everything in the midst of the bar be natural.
Be what it is. Yeah. Because you're still gonna get a performance that, like, you can see as I'm going along moving these, it's like barely moving now, which is a sign that it's pretty much already locked, but we're just doing our due diligence and making sure. And the reason I do this is because, we can't play in the room with this guy.
One day,
that's true. And so, short of playing in the room with this guy, we have to lock him down so that we have some kind of reference point that we can then lock ourselves down to if needed. So oftentimes what I would do is lock this shit down and then play along and then lock my own parts down to this same click structure that I'm establishing. And that way, even though we didn't play it together, since we're both locked down to the relative in the same way to the same click track, it kind of sounds like we played together. Hopefully. Gets a little tricky when he gets into fill territory here, but it's okay. This also is something I never thought I would do on stream, which is just time correcting drums. because it's really boring. But I hope some people who kind of follow, what me and Brandon do. I hope this helps you see kind of the method behind the madness a little bit, because little Kurt Cobain dub. Should we do that? That almost sounded like "Come As You Are." Oh man.
Yeah, for Blue Velvet, just all of a sudden bust out a
Play
Nirvana
Nirvana.
thing for some reason.
I feel like that one. I mean, you guys have probably seen. I own a fucking Jagstang, the Kurt Cobain guitar that he designed. And
What if Black Market did Nirvana?
I feel like people would hate it, like on an instinctual, on like a guttural level. They would just say, "Oh my god."
You think so?
I kind of do, yeah. Doesn't mean it wouldn't be cool.
Because it's sacrilegious, or because you think people don't like Nirvana?
Oh, I think people love Nirvana. That's why they would hate it.
Right.
I think
so like a sacrilegious thing.
Yeah, I think if you want to court the line of thinking that is, "Oh my God, Kurt Cobain would never let this happen. He's rolling in his grave. This is fucking awful what you're doing." I can't, like that kind of thing that I'm always afraid of happening whenever I do one of these EPs. If I really wanted that reaction, Nirvana would be almost like a shortcut to that kind of shit. Which
That's
I'm not
interesting.
making fun of people that feel that way. That's why I'm not doing it, because I kind of agree with you. I kind of think it's just like almost ridiculous to think about. But they're great songs. They probably would work pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. But for the benefit of society and to not cause any strife in the world, maybe I'll just stay away from that idea. But
All right.
okay, I'm gonna get my bass out.
BS.
Okay.
Gonna drop the spooky.
We're gonna drop some spookies. Where you at, bass? Don't you kind of think that tune, though, would work?
Totally. And others.
Yeah, kind of. You wouldn't have to change that bass part. Like, really.
It'd be good on a Steppers beat.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay. Let's check this out. Let's listen. Horseman.
Tell me what to do.
Show us the way, Horseman.
Oh, that perk is hot. Hot perk.
Hot perk coming up. Fresh hot perk. Get your perks.
Nice and hot.
Nice hot perkies.
What was that thing like? 10 banana cream pies.
Not spooky.
Andy, I'm just seeing your comment on Instagram right now. Yes.
What's the Andy got going for us?
I posted a video. So this last week I've been working extra hard on the Alicia Keys song. Wiesel does Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
And you know, Andy has been the sassy pants, you know, always making the comments about so when's Alicia Keys coming. So I posted a little video on Instagram of myself working on it, and Andy says, "Oh, really? It's coming soon, huh?" Being typical sass pants.
Let me try something here.
Bass sounds kind of low on this end anyway.
It is now, yeah.
Okay. Oh shit. Huh?
Okay.
I think. Oh.
Fixed it. Okay, what should we do here? I feel like we need to draw a box around ourselves. Last time it was play with the fucking funky fucked up lag bullshit.
Yeah, we need to give ourselves a box.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting?
Yeah.
Is that here we are right now in the studio working on a song.
Yeah.
And we know that we want, so we got our drums, we know that we want to do like a spooky, mysterious, vibey thing.
Yeah.
But we're like, what chords do we play? What bass line do we play? We're kind of struggling with that.
Yeah.
So I think this is actually the first time on the stream where we have found ourselves in a moment where it actually is the appropriate moment and time for an Eno card.
Oh my god.
This is actually what they're meant for.
You read my mind. I already pulled it.
Oh! Dude, that was like a magic trick. You're like, you mean shloop,
This? You mean
What?
this helpful hint?
What the fuck?
Okay.
Wait, what does it say?
Don't be frightened of cliches.
Oh.
That's great. That's really helpful.
All right, Nate.
Yeah.
Nate.
Yeah,
Don't be frightened of cliches.
Okay. 1, 4, 5. Here we go.
All right, yeah, fucking 1 4 minor 1 4 5. Try it.
Okay. Oh, even fucking Groove Stranger on Bandcamp, he just goes, Eno card time?
He gets it.
That's really great.
He gets it. Now I can't hear the bass. Alright, there we go. Twice as long.
Yeah.
Maybe even twice as long as that.
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe not walk down.
Do yeah, right, yeah, exactly. So the 4 and the 5 are half as long as the 1.
Like that?
Where's the 1? Where are you starting? Can you turn bass up more?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Okay, let's try it again. Play me what you're thinking. Okay. I started walking back down again.
Yeah. Cliche.
Okay, just for shits and giggles, what's another cliche we can do? Because also, I don't want this to be one part the whole time. So maybe we do a series of cliches. So we can do the main meat and potatoes can be 145.
Well, then the next cliche is the B section starts on 4.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just 4145 is the cliche.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, fucking why not? All right, let's see here.
Yeah, this nice little Victor Rice movement there. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
So yeah, we could do. That's definitely a way more interesting pattern.
Yeah. It's that like Victor Rice dub side of the moon movement.
Totally.
That's good.
Okay. Let's see. What else could we do? Do we need a third section, or do we? What? Maybe not a third section, but let me listen to this intro again. There's something interesting and different we can do right here.
Just do 5 to 4.
Okay. So 5 to 4 until it gets after
Exactly.
that intro fill. So
Yeah.
let's see.
And do like octaves, bass octaves. Yeah. It's like the channel 1 intro.
Try that again.
Try make the 5 and 4 chords twice as long. Maybe
Okay.
like doom. Because like on all those Channel 1 records, the bass just is like fills up, so there's no gaps in the bass and the low end sound in the intro, and then when the main groove drops, now there's holes in the bass. You know?
Got it. All right, let me try that.
Exactly. Huge cliche, and it sounds really good. Yes. Exactly. This is coming together nicely.
Yeah. Okay, wait, I already forgot our pattern. So we're doing...
Nice.
Okay, how should we do this? I feel like, should I write this out or we work this out together, and then do you want to track the bass or do you want me to track the bass? Because I'm fine with you tracking the bass if you want to do it. Because if I do it, I'm just going to time correct the fuck out of it because I'm not going to be able to play it exactly how I want to play it.
Really?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I'm down to do it, but I'm also then going to go in and like get surgery about it.
The cliche is to have Wise Owl plays the bass.
Yep.
This guy does that. This guy does that. Bang, bang, boom.
Yeah. Let's work through it together, just like we are, and then we'll. How about this? We'll stop talking about it. Once I figure it out, we'll stop discussing it, and then you go in basically cold at that point and just do it.
Okay.
Or just like we'll do our best to recreate it with you just playing it, for the first time after I've been practicing it.
Okay, we'll split. We'll divide the labor. You practice, and then I'll play it.
Exactly. Oh, I love it.
This sounds so good, man. Should put some some super Rasta.
We should switch off parts, right? I'll record a part. How about this? I will show you how to play the part, then you record it, then you play it and record it, and then you show me a part that you want me to play. I will play. I will record that.
Okay.
And we'll just go back and forth, and we'll do that. As we already know, my guitar shit is a little frustrating, but we could still do it. It's just it might sound funky to the listeners. But we could do that with keyboard parts too. That would be even better, honestly. Maybe we start with keys, and then see how we feel about once we get to guitar or something. But okay, so I think this is pretty much there. The next thing that we need to do, I would love to find a place to maybe revisit the intro if possible.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, is there a spot where he plays?
He pretty much plays this straight all the way through.
started. How about that tone? Like a Isaac Hayes, Bar Hayes fucking guitar sound.
Yeah.
Very cliche.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to
find
try
it?
Do you want to try it?
Sure. Yeah, let's
okay,
do it.
I gotta send you the tracks.
Yes. Just like a drums MP3 and a percussion MP3.
Okay. What should we call this song? I'm gonna call the song "The Ear."
The Ear?
Yeah.
Oh, because of the movie. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. But yeah, the movie Blue Velvet, which is what we're doing.
There's
That's right.
an ear part. There's a part with an ear.
All right, I got to make a new session on my side now. The ear?
Cha-ching.
Whoa.
That just means I made an error on my computer. Because remember, every error message on my computer is a cha-ching noise, except for when we get money. So, yeah.
That's so funny.
The ear. Here we go. Not fucking around. We're doing the ear. So I would say there's a spot.
Mm-hmm.
Focus. There's a spot towards the middle of the song where I would say maybe after you repeat, so it'll go intro, part 1, part 2, then maybe part 1, part 2 again, and then after part 2 happens the second time, maybe go back to the intro and do the intro kind of for an extended amount of time, I would say. Like, well, let's do it longer than maybe you would expect, maybe twice as long.
Okay, longer than anybody wants.
Longer than anybody wants.
Uh-huh.
Longer than anybody's asking for.
Right.
And then we'll just go back to maybe part 1 and then out, because I feel like by that point it's possible that the track will be pretty close to being over anyway. So maybe you go part 1, part 2, and then over. Well, it kind of depends on how much time. We'll have to kind of we'll fill that out. We might have to do a punch, but. My computer's slowing down while we're exporting, but I think it's okay. How's the stream doing, or how's the chat doing? Are we hanging in there? Does my camera look as blurry to you guys as it does to me?
Status report. Chat,
Status
folks.
report. Chat. Status of chat.
Yeah, we would never have. We would never be doing a chord shape this cliche if we hadn't drawn that card.
Yeah, there's no way.
But you can see how the Eno cards work like magic because it's just like instantly.
Yeah.
We took a step forward. Like
Yes,
the project progressed.
Exactly, and that's the most important thing. It's not that.
Yeah.
Because we could have dicked around forever.
We were at a stopping point. We were noodling. The project was not moving. We drew the card. It moved forward.
The other important thing too is we still could have just stopped, but it's the fact that we said, you know what, we're going to do this no matter what. Like this is going to be a song with some cliche chord progressions. That's fine, you know. But you're right. The point is that we took a step forward. We moved forward. That's like the most important thing that happened. And look, now we're gonna bang out a track in like fucking half an hour.
Bang it out.
Okay, so you're about to play bass, but I want you to start thinking now, what do you want me to play? Do you want me to try and do this guitar thing you're doing, or do you want me to come up with something else for me to do?
I think you should do this. This whole vibe that I'm floodling about on right now. I think you should do it.
Okay, so just that'll
70s
distorted
wah thing. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds fun.
So that there's always just a fader that you can fly up, you know, since now we do things in the Maga Duppy way.
Okay, tracks are on their way. The ear. Chat status. Andy, or not Andy, excuse me. Groove Stranger says status red, gold, and green. Wonderful.
Nice. Keep it Rasta, Groove Stranger.
Keep it absolutely Rasta, my brother. All right.
Nate, I need to go pee.
Okay, go pee.
Eardrums.
Eardrums.
Ear perk. Eardrums. Not a bad name for a band. That would definitely be the name of the band that I would choose if I had just drawn the card that says, "Don't be afraid of cliches." The eardrums. I might end up being satisfied with that.
Definitely not me. That thing's mean. Love it.
Let's see what we got here. Fam.
I'm gonna get my guitar set up while you're doing this.
Okay. All right. Let's play around. think I got it. Let me.
Sounded dope.
So dope.
Print it. Send it. And I'll just play lead guitar over that. I don't even need a skank to play lead over that.
I'm gonna do one more.
Okay.
That was just to establish what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it for real now.
Sweet. Did you ever go back to the bridge or the intro in the middle anywhere?
Yeah, I did
cool.
it right in the moment that you said. But I think I heard some things to do after that point.
Cool. Sweet.
Is the bass loud enough?
Oh yeah.
For you to hear what's happening?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Okay. All right. And by the way, everybody in the chat, please, if there's any weirdness happening, because it sounds fine to us right now, but if there's anything that sounds off or strange or weird about this on your end of the stream, please let us know, yow. Whoops, I think that was the moment I was supposed to go to the intro, actually. Yep.
All good.
Twas. another huge cliche, which is I'm going to do the intro for the outro.
Very cool.
Cliche, cliche, cliche. Come on. Come on, girl.
I gotta start thinking about what I'm gonna have you play next.
Right? I mean, it for sure just needs a...
Needs skank
just
now.
a regular ass skank.
Yeah, but...
But... But what?
But I don't know yet.
Okay, but
I
something.
don't know yet. I think we should just go back and forth though, like literally until the track's done.
Okay. Okay. So I'll send you this bass.
Sweet. And just send me waves if you can, if possible.
Okay, just to save.
Yeah, because I'm
save the shit.
Whatever we do today, I'm gonna use it.
Okay. Oh yeah, 'cause I still haven't even sent you the actual waves from the last one that we did, right? You still only have MP3s, right?
I thought I saw that you did send waves actually, but I'm not. I'll have to double check.
Maybe I was more proactive than I expect myself to be.
Thank you for telling me to play a part that's just like exactly in my wheelhouse. Talk about cliches. Nate, play a solo for 4 minutes.
Exactly, right.
Okay.
Cliche. You got the wah situation happening?
Oh yeah, we're good to go. I'm gonna do wah, a little bit of overdrive, and I got a tremolo going too.
Oh, nice.
Although my wah is not like, it's not super like pronounced.
What kind is it?
It's a crybaby.
Oh really? Yeah, that's exactly what I was using.
Do you
Maybe
hear
just
that?
kind of keep it back a bit, you know?
It still works. I mean, it's definitely still a wah-wah guitar, but
Yeah, because I was imagining a very, very throaty, very low, mid, heavy sound.
Okay.
Not very much treb. Might be amp settings, maybe.
Okay.
Just darken it a bit. Day.
Okay, let me try that.
Okay, sent you the bass. See, let's just play this shit over on this side. So after it does like that bridgy thing,
Uh-huh.
so like the midpoint of the song is where it goes back to the intro for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Then the B section comes back one time after that point.
Uh-huh.
And when it does, there's an extra 4/5 on the end.
Okay.
So it's 4/5. No, I'm sorry. It's 4/1, 4/5, 4/5, and then back to A.
Okay. Okay. All right. This looks like the stream is getting pretty laggy.
Lagstrom.
Very laggy. Borderline just frozen at this point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks good to be on Discord. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me.
It's starting to kind of wake back up, but
People in the
something-
chat, how we looking? Might just because you were downloading that.
Could be.
Whatchamacallit.
It's still doing it though. I'm still seeing it pretty laggy, but we could just power through. Let's just do this track and then we'll record your anything else we want to do.
I'm gonna pull up the stream on my phone. Let me see how it looks.
Okay. While you do that.
Oh yeah, I see the chop that you're talking about.
I'm just gonna do some schmoloing.
Schmolo, baby. to the intro for the outro right here. The retard ending. Here it comes. Retard. Pretty hot. Pretty hot.
Pretty.
Pretty.
That was
pretty.
That was fun. I mean, there's a couple iffy notes in there that I'd be happy just to like edit out because overall it was like probably 2% of the performance had maybe some an iffy note or something. So I can work around that. And it's
98% heat for sure.
Yeah. And we're going to it's gonna be dub fodder anyway. This isn't gonna be a song with a whole solo for 5 minutes. So
right. True.
So I think I can live with that. And for the purposes of moving forward, especially while this stream is perishing.
Is it still in trouble?
I think so. I think it's just
what happened?
Happy. I don't know. Anytime we start fucking recording now, it's just like it says "fuck you."
Nate, why are people able to stream and we can't?
I don't know. It's a great question.
What is going on?
At least it sounds good, probably. Unless I was recording, then probably not.
Right, yeah. What did it sound like? Everything that Nate was playing was in time?
Yeah.
People? Because it does for us.
Yeah. Oh, well. How about, do you want to lay down a skank and then I will do the same on guitar and then maybe we just call it a day?
Okay, so you're gonna do guitar skank. I'll do.
You can do
I'll
either
do the
either
keyboard
bubble
part.
or keyboard or piano, whatever you want. Whatever you don't do, I'll do myself.
Okay, I'll just do. So I'm gonna, in keeping with cliche, I'm gonna use like the cliche piano sound.
Okay.
You know, like that kind, rather than the emulation of a real piano that we do lately these days.
Cool.
But first, I want to do the Rhodes bubble.
Okay. And then I'm going to close this session down if that's what's making the stream want to die. And it was, I think.
The sesh?
Could have been.
Okay.
Seems like it, yeah. It seems like it's slowly waking back up.
No.
Yeah, you know what? I should have, I always forget to do this.
What?
I should have basically consolidated the drum tracks after I time corrected them. That's got to be what
Oh, because it's playing so many. Yeah. And like, oh, you mean like printed the time correction?
Yeah, you can like, so it's not processing it live anymore. That was one thing, probably.
That eats up a shitload.
Yeah.
And,
like I said,
it was doing it on like 10 tracks.
Yeah, like 15 tracks probably.
15 tracks. Yeah, there you go.
It looks like it's still pretty sluggish, but it's waking back up, so.
All right. I'm just making myself another vodka ginger ale here.
Oh, nice. Dude, killing it.
You know me.
Dude. Me and Brandon, I don't know if we would still be alive if we weren't living together after all this time. We were still living together. We were just like, fuck it.
Too much bush milk.
4 o'clock. Let's get started, boys.
4?
4.
Okay. Seems kind of late, but yes. You get the idea.
Yeah, exactly. We're on Niznik Cam. Niznik View.
Nizcam.
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 Let's see. Let me see what I got. I'll give you some of this.
There we go.
Excuse me. More Dutch angles. Today's the Dutch day. Why am I can't like aim cameras today. What is up with me?
That's a good question.
Let's try it, fam.
Seems like we're almost back to normal. Man, I really need to. I need like a set plan to stick to every time I decide to record a single thing, because it's like it just cascades and like then it just fucks up the whole stream. Like down everything after that is just like struggling to get back to where it was. And it's fuck, sucks.
Yeah, we need to do another tech day, I think.
Yeah, we do. But you know what? It's all right. We'll be okay. Little Rhodes action.
Yeah, Rhodesies. Let's try it.
Nice.
Oops, wrong chord.
All good.
With these inversions that I have, it's hard to keep track of which one of these is the 5 chord and which one of them is the 4 chord.
Yeah.
Because the 5 is voiced lower than the 4, so it's reversed in my brain.
Right. Yeah, that gets confusing. Turned out it's a really good arrangement. It wound up being really cool.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool too because all that we were doing is following the drums.
Yeah, totally.
Right, we didn't make any edits. We didn't put any of the fills where we want them to be, which is the thing that we'll do from time to time.
Yeah.
Just following the drums, changing whenever he gives the cue, and here we go, change.
Yep.
And it totally works. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love doing it this way. We kind of did the same thing the last time we did this 2 weeks ago. It was a similar. I don't think we made any. We didn't make a single drum edit. We just kind of let it go.
Yeah.
And that track turned out sick. God, I haven't listened to it since we did it, but man, that track was fucking cool.
I was going to ask you, can we listen to it again? Because I haven't heard it since then either. It's been like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I just all that I remember is that it's an A minor and it was dope.
Sick. Yeah.
It was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, just tighten up that end thing a little bit.
Yeah, everything was good up until the end, right?
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, dope. Super dope.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why
don't you print that, send it to me? We gotta take this stream out to the farm up north and put a bullet in its head.
Oh, really? Is it all dead?
It's so fucked.
Oh
It's
no.
There's nothing to see here. That's for sure. It sounds good.
Oh, but like none of the visuals are happening.
The visuals are just fucked. Like it's just constantly interrupting. Like literally constantly this whole time. So.
Oh, what a bummer.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but it's okay. I think maybe we come back to this track next week, and I'll do guitar, and we can add piano, and we need some. We still could do some kind of top line or synth or some kind of pad. Would be cool. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I want to use like that, very cool. Just.
Yeah.
You know, like Korg piano.
Totally.
Just keyboard piano on this.
Yeah.
Like what you hear in a live set or a modern reggae song.
Yeah.
It's going to become super, super Rasta at that point.
I agree.
Let me just hear. I just want to hear a little preview.
All right.
Just to satisfy myself. Whoops. The right chord. Yeah, dude. It's. Oh yeah.
Hello.
That was nice. That was like the trash sound with spring reverb on it. That was very cool. Yeah, dude, it's like what we can. That's what we can do if we are going by the rule. Don't be afraid of cliches.
Yeah, and it sounds good too. It sounds fucking awesome. So
we just like literally pulled out every cliche in the book that we possibly could and put them all together in one thing.
It said, "Don't be afraid of them," as in like, you know, if you come across one, it's all good.
not go head first into all cliches that you can possibly think of.
Yeah, but whatever.
But that's what we did.
Still works
but
all the same.
That's what we felt like doing once we were not afraid.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think it turned out really cool.
Okay.
And I think let's put this track on ice for right now, and let's literally.
Okay.
I'm not gonna touch it this week. Let's just come back and pick up right where we started, or right where we left off last week or this week. Jesus Christ, we'll do it next week. The rest of it.
Yeah, right. Brain cool. You good?
Oh my God! Wow, I'm glad the stream's back, even if it's all fucked up and laggy right now.
Yeah, me too, man.
Really glad we're doing this again. Yeah, apologize to everybody for it's been a little inconsistent this past month, but we're back on track. We're gonna power through. We're gonna get this fucking Blue Velvet track out. This
yeah, dude. Right, exactly. And we're working on a lot of new music behind the scenes. The Blue Velvet thing. I'm getting ever closer to Alicia Keys. Alicia Keys is pretty darn close to being done.
Yep.
I have another musical surprise I'm gonna release for y'all.
Oh, cool.
And I've also been working a lot on mixing the Smoke and Mirrors song, the Smoke and Mirrors reggae version of Love My Way by the Psychedelic Furs, which Nate, you're going to do a dub version of, and we're going to release it as a new split single with the Take My Breath Away. It's just going to be a Southern California reggae 80s love song, love ballad extravaganza.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
yeah, and
lots of good stuff coming during these periods of time when we're spotty with the stream, you know.
Yeah. And likewise, I've got some stuff on the back burner outside of Black Market I'm working on. I want to show to you guys real quick.
Shit.
I'm working on an album for the band Arthur Watership, who's led by a really dear old friend of mine, Taylor Collins. She went to high school with me and Brandon, friends with Dub Robot, was in Dub Robot with me for a period of time.
Atascadero, massive
Atascadero, Central Coast, San Luis talent here. She's like a true artist. I don't know how else to describe her, but the music she makes is
she
just
really is
unreal. And I'm mixing their album right now for this band, and they're actually Dub Robot. Brian Wallace is going to master it for vinyl, and we're almost about halfway to their $5,000 goal to get it pressed on vinyl. So
yeah, look at these contributions. This is great.
Yeah, awesome contributions. I'm actually like mixing the album at like a super reduced fee in lieu of a donation. And I'm trying really hard to get anybody who cares about good music to get their eyes on this and give a donation, because it's going to be an incredible album. I can tell you right now, just the couple songs I've mixed so far, it's just like I don't really get to work on a lot of music like this. It's otherworldly. It's really, really good stuff. And she's been working on it for like 10 years or something crazy, this piece that she's come up with. So it's really cool. If you guys are feeling generous, as always, and you don't feel like giving us money, give some money to Taylor Collins and Arthur Watership. They're trying to make a really cool record, and I think they would love to have your donation. So I put a donation link in the Bandcamp chat and in the chat for YouTube and everywhere else. So give that check that out. Give it a look, and throw $5. It would mean a lot to me because I measure my accomplishments in how many things I've done that have come out on vinyl. That's like really like to me that's the pinnacle of what I can accomplish as a mix engineer, especially for other people. So yeah, please, it would mean a lot to me personally, honestly, if we could make this happen. So and other than that, yeah, we'll have some more music. We'll play for y'all next week. Maybe we'll do a tech day, and maybe the stream won't suck next time. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not though.
Yeah, you got the stream might work like really well and really smoothly next week. You never know, so you better tune in to find out.
Yeah, it's always exciting. You know, is the stream gonna be watchable, or should we just do a podcast?
Right, exactly. Yeah, and for everyone who's watching after the fact, we do this Thursdays at 10 a.m. West Coast United States time, noon United States Central time, and some time in the UK that I can't think of right now, and some time in Europe that I can't think of right now. But I'm sure you can do the math if you know those two numbers that I've given you. You can figure it out. But the quickest and easiest way is, of course, to not only subscribe to the YouTube channel Black Market Dub, but also to slap the bell as well, because the bell will let you know no matter what time zone you're in. Oh my gosh, they're streaming now.
They're live.
So live.
All right. Well,
so hot in the face.
Brandon, I love you, buddy. It's great to be back on the stream. Great to be making music with you again. It's been even though it's only been 2 weeks, it feels like it's been like fucking over a month or something. It's kind of ridiculous. So we'll be back next Thursday. We love you guys. Thank you guys for watching and bearing with us during the stream difficulties. We will.
Yes. Thank you for participating. Thank you for hanging out. We really love our community. All y'all.
We love you.
We mean you.
Love you.
All right.
Bye.
Goodbye, y'all. See you next week.